Alright, what's up guys? Welcome to another live stream. I guess we should get back to the Game Engine series because it has been a while. So I was gonna do a stream yesterday, but I was tired and I decided to do one today. So here we are. I'm gonna try and get back to like the Monday night kind of live streams. So I think we're just gonna like try and remember where we left off. I think we wanted to take the game in a slightly different direction. Like, because we were kind of making a game and then we realized that, let me just check the roadmap actually, that would be good. Because I know that we wanted to initially make like that physics-based game, then we decided to make another game and we had text rendering and some other kind of features to do. So let's take a look. So basically, so we've still got this kind of game here. We've got the text rendering, which I think we've done. We wanted to do Vulkan eventually. Oh, I think we started on like some asset system, didn't we? I think we may have started like on an asset manager. I really remember. Yeah, it's a shame Vague Lobster isn't here. Yeah, I don't know. I'll be here next Monday, like normal time. It's just yesterday was a big day, and I just couldn't. Like, I was just not in the zone for a live stream, so it would have been very kind of low energy if I did do it. Yes, I am gonna publish the theme. I know. I've had like a to-do on my desk for like. It feels like months to release the theme because I know you guys really want it. I will like try and get that sorted like soon. You think the music's a bit loud? I'll make it a bit quieter. What's the point of using a struct of the same types when you can use an array? That's not enough context. There can be many reasons. Anyway. Yeah, so we want to make the game before we switch to Vulkan. This was like half a year ago. And I don't know, what did we kind of switch to? I want to kind of look at the VODs or whatever. I would have recorded them, like as in the past episodes, but I just want to kind of see. Probably should do that now. But I wanted to see what we decided to make because I feel like it was some kind of. I was gonna make either a platformer or a top-down game. Oh, that's right, a zombie kind of. It's top-down and it's like a shooter, and you're kind of like trying to. Trying to go through like levels and fight off zombies. Okay, good, I remembered. And I think we wanted to make an asset system for that, didn't we? So that's kind of where we left off. A lot of this stuff is, I don't know which branch is this one? This is probably it. So we're gonna get back to that, and I think that like before we wanted to start making that game, we wanted to make an asset manager. Thus, we have this very descriptive plans document here. And I think we started. Did we not have? We didn't even do anything. Like, what did we do last time? This is the worst. Can I give you an example of what like a struct versus an array? Well, I don't know. Like, I mean, what if you have a coordinate and the coordinate is expressed by like an x and a y? Right, you'd obviously want to have like an array of the coordinates, not of like you could have an array of units, but you'd rather have an array of coordinates because that gives you like in memory it's identical, but it just gives you more. It gives the programmer more information. Is that like what you mean? Let me find a fork. So this is Ludum Dare. What's Hazel maybe? Yeah. So I just want to see what we did last time. It's like waking up after a hangover or something. After a wild night out. Ah, this. Okay, so on window drop. If a project import asset. All right, because we wanted to make that happen. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I think let's just kind of dive in and start basically making kind of an asset registry system that keeps track of assets, and we'll make a system that we can use to automatically import assets. Doug Tenser, thank you for the Prime sub. Subbing because of waking up after a hangover wild night out. Thank you. I mean, that's not actually what happened. I didn't have a wild night out, but it kind of feels like it because it's been so long with the Game Engine series. But I feel like I'll be doing this when I'm like in my 70s or something. Still be working on this thing, and it'll still be like in the state that it is in now. Okay, so yeah, so we added, I remember now, we added this drop event because we wanted to be able to like drop in assets kind of, even though we kind of will, like what I ultimately want to do, let's just launch this maybe to rebuild everything because I would have upgraded Visual Studio since last time. Do I know the college DigiPen? I don't think so. Maybe it rings a bell, but I'm not sure. I definitely don't know it. I may have heard of it. Thanks, Milpin, for the sub. Appreciate it. Alright, so let's see. Do I want to open the face run project? We have, let's just go back to our sandbox project maybe. Right, which, I mean, where am I? What's this branch? Series Hazel 2D. Series, oh, face run is here. Series scripting. I mean, we can stay in face run maybe. This is face run. Ralph, thank you for the sub. Damn, tier 3 for 3 months in advance. Thank you so much for the support. Okay, so let's kind of stay in here. We'll stay in this stupid project. Drishdan, thank you for the sub. For 3 months as well, thank you. Let's... what shall we do? Yeah, so I kind of want to keep this content browser, right? But I want to... and this is something that, like, Peter and I have been talking about for Big Hazel as well, is like we want to like, because the way that, like, maybe we should talk a little bit about asset manager stuff and like what kind of a good way to handle assets in a game engine should be, or at least what I think it should be. Maybe we'll talk about that, but ultimately the way that Big Hazel does it at the moment, and I don't really know why. I think this was just something that Peter added at one point and it kind of stuck. Is basically like, you obviously have an assets directory. So, you know, for face run, which is what we kind of opened here. The face run is just a project, it's just a silly project, but we're using it as an example. So if I open up the face run directory, which is here, we have an assets directory. And so the way that Big Hazel would work is basically everything that is inside this assets directory. Like if I just copy and paste a file in here, or I export something from Blender into this directory, like it will automatically become an asset registered in the game engine that's ready to use basically. And if it's something like a, you know, if it's something like a 3D model file, which we don't really have to deal with because it's a 2D engine, but you know, obviously in Hazel 3D, well, sorry, in Big Hazel, proper Hazel, it's, you know, we do have to deal with 3D models. So, for example, if it is a 3D model, it's not really, it's classified as a mesh source, and then when we actually, you know, drag it into the scene for the first time, then we kind of get a box filled with import settings, because of course you might want to, you know, import, like, you know, do you want the skeleton? Do you want like these materials? Like there's lots of different obviously import options, and what happens is once you do like hit OK or whatever, it will create something called an H mesh. Oh, and you can also choose if it's static or dynamic. Either an H mesh excuse me, either an H mesh or an HS mesh. So this is basically like a dynamic mesh, we call it, and this is a static mesh. And the difference basically is that a dynamic mesh can be animated, but also it more or less means that every every submesh within that mesh becomes an entity and it retains its hierarchy, like in the hierarchy in the scene, basically. So that's good for if you want to move it independently from different things, and like if you don't want to just literally treat it as a static mesh that's one object. If you want to treat it as a static mesh that's one object, then you can make a static mesh out of it. And I mean, it will still be rendered as separate meshes with separate materials and everything. It's not going to like combine it into one draw call or something weird like that, but it will be one entity in the hierarchy, and it can be the entire like collection of submeshes. Now, I don't know why we're talking about meshes so much, because again, it's irrelevant to this series, but it's just to show how the actual assets work. Can a submesh be a subset of the original mesh, or is it separate? Can a submesh, do you mean a static mesh? Can a submesh be a subset of the original mesh? A submesh is a single mesh within a mesh. So by a single mesh, it's like picture it like as a single object with a single material is basically what a submesh is. So it translates to a draw call, basically. And a mesh is a collection of submeshes in a hierarchy, usually. I mean, it gets converted to a flat list in Big Hazel for rendering and stuff, but yeah. But if you're talking about like, yeah, static meshes or whatever in Hazel, can they be a subset of the original mesh? Then like, yes, you can choose a range or choose your submesh indices if you want to, for example, not use every single mesh inside a mesh, every single submesh inside a mesh when you use it in Hazel. But anyway, yeah, so I'm kind of showing the, us importing stuff. So, and the way that happens is, again, automatically get something like a GLTF file. Again, this is in Big Hazel. We then drag it into the scene, and it gives us some options that we can customize to create these files, which are kind of like metadata files. So they don't actually touch the mesh source. They reference the mesh source, so that can still change. You can still re-export it in Blender, and it will update. However, this is like the metadata files that go into a completely different directory usually. So it's not exactly the same as like Unity with the .meta files that are right next to the file and all that kind of messy thing. It's more like Unreal Engine with the U asset files, how they can just, you kind of create like a version of that. It's just the difference is, I guess, we do that when you drag it into the scene, and then you can obviously kind of find these files in the content browser and keep dragging them in, and it's not going to re-import it because they're already the imported version. But the thing is, like, that does pose some problems, this kind of automatic picking up of assets. Namely, the most, like, the worst thing about it is we discovered during the first game jam that we did with Hazel, which was, like, Ludum Dare in, like, April, I think, last year. So, a little over a year ago, we made a game called Forest. And what happens is, because Hazel would automatically pick up files and register them in the asset in the asset registry, what would happen is if you did a git pull, because like let's just say Tim did some made some changes to some assets, like to some GLTF files or whatever, or some textures, and I'm pulling it now. So what happens is if the file's changed, then Git will basically like delete it and then replace it with the new one. And so what tends to happen there is because this is kind of like the asset manager is kind of like it's like a file watcher thread that watches for changes. What it sees is, oh, you've deleted an asset. So let me delete it, let me wipe it from the asset registry, and then, oh, you've added a new asset, which of course has the same name and is the same basically file, but it's still kind of a delete and then an add. And that kind of translates into, let me just delete this file from the asset registry, meaning whatever ID, it happened to have, that's now gone. And then, oh, you've added a file, let me generate like a new ID for it. And it's basically like an entirely new asset. So what that does effectively is it breaks all of the asset references for the whole project. Because obviously anything that used to reference that specific asset by its ID is now gone. So it's really not a good system. And there are ways around it. Like you could, of course, the way we deal with it is we just make sure that we never pull if Hazel is open. If you just shut down Hazel, or you can shut off that file watcher thread thing, so it's not automatic, therefore you have to right click and refresh to actually get updates in the content browser for what's on disk. There are ways around it, but I think like what we kind of have come to realize is that even though that is a really nice system to have in the beginning and for like prototyping and for just like, I want to set up a scene quickly, you know, I think would, like, at the end of the day, be better to just have the normal procedure for importing assets, which is I want to manually be like, hey, this file, I want to import you into the project. And that way it will just like, basically all it's doing is it's kind of taking this current situation of automatically adding assets and automatically removing assets. It's just making that manual. So it's now up to the user to be like, I'm explicitly importing this asset and I'm explicitly deleting this asset. It's never going to happen behind the scenes. And the worst part about this whole system was that it used to happen completely without telling the user anything. So it would be completely silent. Like you'd basically silently just change asset IDs for like, you know, assets that you were using. And of course it would break the scene and everything. And so that would just happen silently, and that really, really was bad. And we're still kind of on that system, but it's just, it works a bit differently now, so it's not completely a pain. But it's still not, I think, as good at the end of the day as just being like, you know what, I have a texture. Let me just like either drag in that texture here, or we could actually have like a content browser, which literally is a browser for the assets directory, but then an asset manager, which is separate. So that way, like we could, you know, if you wanted to, entirely within Hazel, you know, you could just be like, all right, this is a content browser, but these are not assets. These are just files on disk. And then if I want to, I can drag them into my asset manager or right click import or whatever. And that might be nice to kind of have. So hold the ID for like 15 seconds, and if the file reappears in that time, keep its ID. Yeah, but like, see, this is the thing, like it's kind of, you're adding complexity. Like, you know what, every time a file changes, let me just like make sure I keep it around for 15 seconds. And like, you know, why? Why make it so complicated? Why not just have it be a little bit more kind of involved from the user? So I think I want to do it that way. And that shouldn't be like, you know, like I don't think it should be, could work like the show files in Visual Studio. Yeah, it could. I still like, kind of like the idea of having two separate things. Just so that it like, I mean, it doesn't matter, I guess, like at the end of the day, because if you, I think it's gonna, like it's still going to match the directory that you have here. So like, I don't think it's going to be like Visual Studio where you can make filters that aren't actual folders on disk. I still think I want it to match the directory structure. It's just that it's not going to show, it's only going to show the files that have been imported basically. So let's kind of just begin by setting up, you know, this kind of asset registry. And yeah, like we'll see how this goes, because I have some kind of ideas as to how I want this to work, but it's still a little bit raw. So we'll make an asset manager. And I think like I'm gonna set this up in the same way that it's set up in Big Hazel, which is basically we have an asset manager. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of copy that because I like the system that I kind of made for dealing with an asset manager. Because like, so basically the way this is gonna work is asset manager. This is gonna be like the kind of, it's gonna be like a static class that is like, you know, this is basically a static class that acts like an interface, or static class, you know, static kind of API class or whatever. This sounds weird, but you'll understand in a minute. And then I'm gonna make an asset manager. Let me just copy this stuff, because I could probably even just copy it here. Let me delete this stupid file. So I'm gonna copy it 1, 2, 3 times. This is gonna be asset manager base. This is going to be runtime asset manager, and then we're going to have an editor asset manager. So this is exactly how it works in Big Hazel. And basically, let's start with asset manager base. And basically, like the reason why it's like this is because the asset manager in the editor and in the runtime is very different. because in the runtime, it basically, obviously you can't do things like import assets in the runtime. You can still create like memory only assets, which are kind of like, you know, procedurally generated assets, we'll say, like during runtime, because the game can do that. But like ultimately, what you're usually doing is you're asking for assets, and it's specifically reading them from a runtime format within an asset pack. Whereas when you're in the editor, you're dealing with raw files. So it will, in other words, like in Big Hazel, it will, you know, if we want to load a 3D model, it will actually load it using assemp from the GLTF file or from the FBX file or whatever, right? And then it'll go and load the textures from the PNG files. Whereas in the runtime, it's going to load that 3D model data from the asset pack and from Hazel's own like runtime 3D model format, which is way, way faster and kind of, well, obviously optimized for the runtime. So it's different to what happens in the editor, and so that's why we kind of need two things. But also they're kind of different. Like there's some common functionality. Like for example, I want to get an asset, please. But there's also you know, a lot of unique functionality for each, and they're kind of also controlled by the project. So we'll kind of see how that works out. Birkin, thank you for the sub. Appreciate the support. Okay, so let's start with Asset Manager Base. And I'm going to try not to look at Big Hazel here just so that I can kind of think about this. But basically, like, at the end of the day, like, what do we want to do? And this is going to probably have some virtual functions here. So like virtual ref asset get asset, for example, by an asset handle. And an asset handle is just going to be a UUID, really. Whoops. So where should we do Asset Manager Base? An asset manager will call asset manager base probably. Yeah, so let's include that, and I'm just gonna probably make a using asset handle equals UUID, and UUID is where Hazel core. Include Hazel core UUID. Okay, and an asset as well. We need to also have an asset. Let me just copy like this. Can I just do that here? No, that's why I wanted to do it here. Asset. So an asset is going to be the base class for all assets. Makes sense. So every single asset, like a texture, a mesh, well, no meshes I guess here, but like a texture, an audio file, like whatever you might have, a scene, they're all going to be assets basically. And the biggest thing that an asset's going to have is, which I don't know if maybe it should just be protected or whatever, but we can give it an asset handle, obviously. I think asset handle, I think I might actually move this into asset, because I'm sure that asset manager base will have to include assets. Okay, so we can have an asset handle. I mean, at the end of the day, I might actually just make that public. I mean, that would mean that you could change the handle, which might not be great, but so does a excuse me, does a UUID implicitly generate? Yeah, it does. Okay. So let's make sure then that we make this 0 unless otherwise specified. And then like we also need to have a type system for assets. So this kind of like the best thing to compare it to within the code base that already exists is kind of this event system, right? Because you can see that we have an event type, and then we have this kind of virtual versus static way of reading it. So that's like the virtual way, and then we have like, well, we have macros that implement it, but you can see we have static kind of get static type, which just returns the type that you actually want it to be, versus a virtual function that you can use if you have an instance of an asset and you're not sure what type it is. So we can kind of create that system where we have a virtual, so let's also make an asset type thing here. So enum class asset type none. Now this will probably be serialized, but I like serializing enums as strings usually, and the reason for that is it makes the, well, not for like maybe like binary serialization for runtime uses, but for if it's being serialized as text like YAML, then I always serialize the actual names of enums and not the actual like numeric value of it. And the reason for that is because well, first of all, yeah, it's more readable. If you actually browse through the YAML, it's very easy to see what the value of the enum is. Instead of like seeing 5, you'll see like, oh, it's an audio file or whatever. Because it'll say in English audio. But the other reason is because if you like want to change this, so let's just say I made like mesh and then I have texture and then I have audio and then I realize, oh, actually now I have a texture cube, I'd basically have to add it last and I'd wind up with this kind of not so organized list. But if I serialize names, I can basically change the order of this stuff, right? Which would change, you know, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Instead of this being 2 and 4, it's now going to be 2 and 3. And of course, if it was serialized as a number, that would break everything because it would read it as the wrong type. But if it's serialized as text, then it doesn't matter. So that's kind of that's an advantage basically. So we could have like, you know, scene, texture 2D. I'll just go with that for now because we don't have that many asset types at the moment. So we'll have a virtual copy and then, yeah, we'll have a non-virtual one as well. So if we look at something like a texture, you know, if this was an asset, which I guess it is, public texture. So let's go ahead and make it an asset actually. So let's do, whoops. Asset. Well, actually, that's in the asset manager. Let's change this to just be asset. And I don't want that, no. Okay, so this is now going to be an asset. Now, you know, in Hazel, in Big Hazel, this would be a ref counted object, but we don't have a reference counting system here. Well, we're just using shared pointers for now, so well, we don't have an intrusive reference counting system, I should say, so yeah. It's not best to store these verbose names in shipped data for various reasons. Do you have multiple storage? Yeah, so for runtime, it would just be serialized. We use binary serialization, not YAML, and we would serialize the value. But I'm talking about like, you know, obviously if you have all of your files that are used in your project during development, they're all YAML. So they're all nicely easy to merge, you know, in Git. Then humans can read them and maybe make changes or fix things if they break. You know, we obviously want to deal with text formats for development, for most assets and everything, and most data, if we can, if it's helpful. But then when it gets shipped, then yeah, of course, we're not, you know, reading stuff by string and then converting it to a number. Okay, so yeah, so that's fine. That should hopefully work. So yeah, so we have to implement this get type thing, and of course that would kind of go into, this is an abstract class anyway, so we'll go into texture 2D, and then we could have something like asset type get type, and then in this case, you know, this would just return like, well, I would have a static here. I'd have a static version of this as well, get static type. We can't call it get type because that's taken, and that would return the actual asset type, and then we can just have this return that. So it's like exactly like the event system. And the reason why it's nice to have get static type, because it might not seem immediately useful, but if you have like, just like the asset system, if you have a templated function that takes in any kind of asset, and T is kind of the asset type, and then you can just ask it what the static type is, like kind of like that, right? And you'd obviously have no way of doing that if you didn't have a function like this. Like there are other ways of doing it, but not as easy as this. So that's kind of why we do that. But then also if you have, you know, an instance of it, on the other hand, then you can also get the type. So now you have a way to do it kind of compile time and statically from the actual type itself, and also from a runtime instance of an object, which is quite useful. So that's why we do that. Yeah, cool. So we've introduced our first kind of thing. Okay, and then handle. So when it gets created though, and this is where kind of like I would argue that maybe we won't set that to 0, because if we just set it up like that, this will generate a handle, right? Because we're using, if you look at what UUID is, UUID, the default constructor, will actually generate a handle, right? If we want an explicit one, we have to use this constructor, and we can, well, do what I did there basically, which is like either doing that or setting it equal to 0, same thing. That's gonna obviously call that constructor, and it will explicitly set the handle to 0. But if we don't, it'll generate one. And the reason why I'd say this is probably better is because like that way, I mean, you can always override it if you're like deserializing it. But if you're actually creating a texture here, you don't have to worry about making sure that you basically call something like, you know, handle equals asset handle like this somewhere within the constructor or wherever to make sure you generate it, because it will just generate it for you. So I'm gonna just leave it at that. And I'll just write a comment here to enforce that kind of, to make it more clear. All right, so why call it handle and not just ID or UID? It's a weird name for an alias. They're typically called handles. They're typically called handles in the industry. That's kind of what I'm used to. The reason why is we're just giving it a little bit more meaning than UUID, because a UUID could, like, it's just an ID. It could be used for literally anything. So it's kind of nice to be able to know that, for example, you know, when I'm trying to retrieve an asset, from the asset manager, asset manager base, I'm expected to pass in specifically an asset handle. It kind of just adds some more information to what it's actually expecting. But of course, internally that's a UID, which internally is just a UN64T. So yeah, it's just all there kind of to help you and to make the code look a little bit better. So get asset. These are all going to be. I guess this will be const. These are all going to be pure virtual functions. Get asset is probably the. We definitely need things like add asset and create asset. The thing is though, because I might actually have to refer to some Hazel code, because I'm not 100% sure how we actually achieved the whole because, okay, so basically, like, if we go back to the static class for a second, so let's kind of get that static ref asset, get asset, and the thing is, like, yeah, I'll probably keep it like this, or maybe should I? Probably not, because what we can do here, which we can't do with virtual functions, is we obviously can't use templates with virtual functions. So by having this kind of intermediate layer here, we can just kind of simplify the process a little bit by using templates, so that we're specifically returning the type that we want. And so we obviously take in a handle, and then what that will do is it will basically map to us getting, you know, get our project asset manager, which I don't know how much we have, like if we have like a project. Yeah, so we have a static project, basically. We have get active. So what we're going to do is to this project, because an asset, like, if you think about it, an asset manager, like, its scope, its lifetime is going to be the project, because the assets obviously belong to a project. So instead of trying to make it global or whatever, it's nice to try and contain the scope to, try and contain its lifetime and ownership to, like, whatever kind of makes sense, like the tightest possible scope, right? So if we just have project, like a project that gets loaded and set as active and whatever, that's like our context for like so many different engine systems. So it's nice to have them kind of stem from this project, so that you don't have to then go through and be like, oh, well, now I'm going to have to go through all of my systems and shut them all down. Because if they're owned by the project, all you have to do is shut the project down, and then it will just shut everything else down. So it's quite a useful way of kind of organizing this stuff. Alfredo, thank you for the sub. 11 months, thank you. Appreciate the support. So let's go ahead and we'll go to Asset Manager Base, I guess. But like we'll need all of them here, really. Because what will happen is we'll basically make, and this is how it works in Big Hazel, but we'll have like, let's just say a shared pointer called asset manager base, and then this is basically our asset manager. But then what we can do is we can have, so we'll have this here, right? And then this will be, let's just grab this. Then we'll have get asset manager, and that will just return that, right? And you can have a static version if you wanted to. I guess I won't though, because we have this, so we can get active, then get asset manager. Static just would have made it a little bit more simple. Thanks, Alfredo. But what we're also gonna do, which I don't even know if this exists yet. So let's make runtime asset manager. And then we'll make the editor asset manager as well. Oops. If we go into project. Okay, so we're gonna have get runtime asset manager and get editor asset manager. And then what this will do is this will do .as or whatever, .as like the asset manager using Hazel's ref API. But we have to do like a shared pointer cast or whatever. I don't do this that often, so let me just quickly Google it. Static pointer cast. I guess it's static pointer cast, right? Static pointer cast. So we'll cast it to, I think that's what I'm thinking of. Runtime manager, yeah, a little bit sus. So let's cast that to runtime asset manager. Okay, so we're casting that to a runtime asset manager. We're casting this to an editor asset manager. Now, clearly, this needs no saying, but you're not allowed to call these functions if it's not the right asset manager. And usually the way that this works is, and the reason why this does work and it's fine to have in Hazel is because a lot of the times, you know, if you're, for example, like, let's just say we're rendering objects and we need to get like the textures for them. In both the editor and the runtime, that's something that we want to do. And the exact like process of getting that might be different, because again, if we need to load that asset, it might be from an asset pack if it's in the runtime, but it will be from just the normal PNG file or whatever if it's in the editor, if it's being loaded for the first time. And so but it doesn't matter. So the implementation is going to differ, but it's still the same functionality. Like the act of getting an asset is like, it's still something that exists for both worlds. And so what you would do there is you would just get either the asset manager base and load it, or you would use the static asset manager API to, you know, use this kind of static get asset function. And then what that would do is it would then go through basically the project, right, and call that for you. So that's just like it's just a little shortcut, but it also adds that template functionality. So this would just be basically like project get active, get asset manager, get asset, right, with handle, and that's it. However, it's also doing that cast. Now a ref is just a shared pointer in this version of Hazel. So we have to also do that kind of static cast here into T. And that's what we're casting, and that's what we return basically, right? So that's kind of what we're doing. So we're adding an automatic cast to get it into the format that you've requested basically. But you can see that it's really just going through here, and this, you know, we could split this up to make it a little bit more readable, I guess. We're just retrieving the asset and then we're casting it into T, and it's going to be a shared pointer of T, which is the same as a ref of T. So that's like, again, you're rendering, you're trying to get a texture, that's a scenario. But sometimes, you know, you, for example, are importing an asset and you have to put it in the asset manager. That's clearly not a code path that would exist in the runtime. Like, simply because you can't just drag and drop and import an asset in the runtime, right? That's just not something that exists. So therefore, we can explicitly be like, hey, give me the editor asset manager in the code that exists in, for example, editor layer. Because editor layer is clearly not something that will ever be in the runtime. It's literally the editor. So therefore, it's fine to have this here. Now, you could have an assert or something like that that just explicitly checks to make sure that I'm not in the runtime. And like in Hazel, we have something in the application class that, like, it's basically a boolean that's called isRuntime. So that therefore, you can kind of ask it, hey, am I the runtime or am I not the runtime? Am I the editor? And that is good because you could, again, just have an assert to make, or a verify to make sure that, you know, you don't accidentally have code that calls the wrong thing. But otherwise, you can just trust the programmer, maybe, which is a bad idea. That's why I would have an assert. And just make sure that, for example, this is never called in the editor, this is never called in the runtime. Otherwise, it's obviously going to be casting to the wrong type. Yeah, that's the end of my TED Talk. All right. So let's go into, where should we go? I think that's all I kind of wanted to do with the project system. So now, if we go into the editor asset manager, we can actually start kind of adding this functionality. So we need obviously a way to get an asset. And so we'll just have virtual ref asset, get asset, and this will be an override. And we can obviously implement that in the CPP file because it's not templated or anything. And basically the theory here is simple. Check if handle is valid. Check if asset needs load. And if so, load. Return asset, right? So I believe the way that this is implemented in Hazel is we kind of have essentially it ends up being a map or an unordered map. I forget which one's faster. It doesn't really matter. Like what I would do is I'd probably have the data structure up here so we can say asset map. And the reason why is because then it's really easy to change. And it actually probably is something you'd want to change potentially. So we could have asset handle to ref asset. The reason why is because if you have it up here as an asset map, and we're going to call this like loaded assets, because obviously if they're not loaded, they're not here, because this is a ref of asset. This is nice because if you want to drop in and if you want to change this to like an unordered map and see what the performance is like, or if you want to drop in like another data structure or write your own data structure, you can easily just do that and change it here instead of potentially in a lot of places where you might have, this being used explicitly. So I usually do this. Unordered one usually faster. Yeah, it usually is, but it like the reason why honestly during development I like using maps is because they're just so easy to debug in the sense that like if I want to view a list of assets, because they're sorted, I can easily just go through the key and be like, I'm looking for a particular asset handle. Imagine if I had a map of 200 assets and I was looking for a particular asset handle within that map and it's unordered. Like that is a nightmare. But if it's ordered, you can clearly, find it faster. So that's my excuse for why I like to use maps usually. But yeah, like a hash map, like an unordered map should be faster with a larger set. So I will probably, but that could be a fun little experiment to play around with. Like as in to, actually benchmark it and see. All right, so that's our asset map. I don't know if I'll keep this here. Maybe it should be an asset manager base. Probably should be. just because this will be in use by both the runtime asset manager and the editor asset manager. But yeah, so basically check if asset handle is valid. So how do we do that? Well, this is something that we want to have in general, right? Not just for that function, but is asset handle valid is a very important function. And what that kind of needs to do is basically ask the asset registry whether or not that handle exists. So this, I guess, would be a good time to introduce the asset registry, which I'm going to do by copying this. Look how many files we've introduced. Whoa. What happened there? Why is it duplicating these guys? Visual Studio, you okay? What? It's drunk. Let's maybe regenerate the pre-make. Maybe that will fix it. Because that'll pick up the new files as well. Yeah, okay, that fixed it. Weird. Alright, so asset registry. Now, an asset registry, this possibly doesn't need to be a class, but it's nice to have it as a class. And basically, like, what it is it's really just kind of a map. And like the extent of it being a map is, it basically comes down to maybe use an ROD map in runtime. Yeah, well, we'll probably just end up switching it to an ROD map, honestly. I just wanted to, we'll keep it as a map for now, and then we'll see. Like, it'll be interesting to kind of show the difference, I guess. Okay, so yeah, so asset registry. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, what it is, at least on the editor side, is it's kind of like, and the way we treat it in Hazel, I'm struggling to remember what it is in the runtime, and if it even exists in the runtime. I'll have to check out Hazel code. But basically what it is it's going to be a map of asset handle to asset metadata. Now, asset metadata is definitely something that only exists in the editor and not the runtime. The reason why is because asset metadata contains things like the type of asset, which it really doesn't need to, but the type, like, at a minimum, the type of asset and its file path. Now, the key here is that there is no such thing as a file path in the runtime, because every asset is within one file or a series of files called an asset pack, and therefore, like, we need to ask the asset pack for a particular asset by its handle to actually, like, read the data from disk. So it works very, very differently. But for the editor, as I mentioned, it's all kind of an individual kind of raw kind of files, you know, like PNGs and, you know, WAV files for the audio or whatever. And so because of that, like, this doesn't really exist anywhere else. Now, the type, and this is what we serialize as well. Now, I suppose we should open up Big Hazel. It's not like there's a reason not to, but we should probably open up Big Hazel just to see what this asset registry is in the runtime, because I honestly don't remember, like, what it's supposed to be in the runtime. Just open something. So let's see, asset. So an asset registry, so this is it in, so it's an unordered map of asset handle to asset metadata, as I mentioned. So yeah, does that mean that it just doesn't exist then in the, so let's see, so editor asset manager, right? So we got the loaded assets, which is an unordered map. And we have memory assets, okay. And then we have the asset registry. So this is the editor asset manager. And then if we look at the runtime asset manager, yeah, I guess this would all revolve around the asset pack, wouldn't it? So we have an asset pack instead of an asset registry. And I think that the is asset handle valid would probably ask the asset pack, right? Yeah, so asset pack is asset handle valid, and that would basically see if it's inside the asset pack. and if it like even exists. Okay. Well, that sounds, yeah, that sounds good, I guess. So in that case, do we even need the asset registry? Because I'm fairly sure this used to exist because it used to be the other way around. It used to be file path to handle, and that was a very bad thing to do, but I think technically that was Peter's fault because that's how he did it. But it ended up changing, but we still like had certain nuances in actually retrieving stuff. But I'm pretty sure at the moment here, it literally doesn't. But it does have a lock over every function though. I suppose that might be useful. Because basically it just kind of makes the asset registry thread safe. Like we can make sure that we're not reading and writing from multiple threads. I don't know if we need this though. Yeah, I think let's not do this yet. I mean, I've already kind of set it up. Let's just not do it. Like, I'll keep the files around just in case we do it, but let's just not do it. Let's just do it in here. So we'll have an SCD map. Or we could do this actually. So let's just delete asset registry. Flat out delete it. So we won't keep it around. And what I'll do is we'll have using asset registry. So we'll just make it basically a map of asset handle to asset metadata. Oops. An asset metadata is going to be, we're going to make a file for that. It'll just be a header file. I'm just going to separate it here. We're going to use basically so struct asset metadata is going to be file system path. So we're going to have a file path and we're going to have an asset type. And I think it also has a handle. Like, see, this, like, it's a bit weird because in a way we don't actually need this stuff. Like the type is probably useful because we can index by it, but like the thing is, well, in Hazel, again, because I think Peter wrote it, so we just stuck with that, but there's actually an asset type variable in here, which again isn't really necessary because you can just have a function and because it's not like it's ever going to change, you know, so you don't really need this here. But because you have it there, there's no real need ever to check what the type is in the metadata, because if you have the actual ref asset, you can ask it what its type is, and that's it. It's probably useful for the metadata though, because what we could do here is we could immediately see, well, we need to see what type of asset it is to load it. Now, of course, we could do it by the extension, but the point is this is like within the asset registry, so it should already know its type, I guess. And then I think the other thing that it has is the handle, and that, well, that is important if you serialize it with the handle, but the thing is you don't really need this maybe, because again, if you have the ref asset, it actually does have a handle, but also because if you look at the asset registry, it's a map of asset handle to that, so clearly you do know the handle. So I don't know, maybe we'll just keep asset metadata as these two things for now, and we'll see how we go. Okay, so that's basically what an asset registry is. So let's do that. And then we had a memory only assets as well, which would just kind of be memory assets or whatever. Okay, so is the asset handle valid? Well, for that, all we have to do is basically be like, the asset registry does it, you know, find, we should probably switch to civils 20 so we can do contains. But basically that is it, right? For now. So that's step 1 done. Check if asset needs load. So how do we know that? Well, pretty simple. We can just, I guess we might as well make the API a bit beefier. Like let's do, is asset loaded? Now, it probably would be nice to multi-thread the loading of assets as well. Like, I mean, we are in OpenGL at the moment, which does complicate things a little bit because we can't actually run any OpenGL commands from like a resource thread. We have to make sure that we're running all of our OpenGL code on one thread. Because otherwise, like in other projects, like for Vulkan, you know, I would just, obviously you can, you know, upload the texture data on any thread you want. It doesn't have to be like a main thread or a render thread. For such a small data structure like the asset metadata, why do you steer away from nested classes? What you mean, like if I had nested it in another class, well, like in asset or something. I don't know, like why not just have it as a separate thing? Hey, Vague Lobster is here. We just skipped a month of anniversary. Thank you for the sub, appreciate the support. Someone in chat earlier said that you were here yesterday or whatever waiting for me and I never showed up, so I'm sorry. Was just tired yesterday, so I decided to do it today. Fair enough, didn't know if there was more to it, lol. Well, there's not, I don't think there's going to be more to it, but it is going to be used in a whole bunch of different places. Like if it was only used within this asset manager or within asset or whatever, you know, then maybe I could have made it within, you know, asset, so it would be kind of like, you know, asset metadata. But I don't know, like in my opinion it kind of pollutes the class. It's not like I don't use nested classes, I do. It's just in this case I just don't know why, I just didn't really want to be honest. Okay, so yeah, so we return null pointer, check if asset needs load. So yeah, so I wanted to have that is asset loaded function that will just help us kind of, I think get asset should probably be the first thing, just because that feels like the most important thing. So we'll kind of do that. All right, so this will just, so yeah, these will do different things. If it's in the editor, we're gonna check the asset registry. If it's in the well, for asset handle, if it's in the runtime, it's going to check the asset pack. So they will differ. Is asset loaded? So again, this will be basically checking loaded assets to see if it's got that handle. And so if is asset loaded, so if it's loaded, we can just return it. Otherwise, we're gonna have to load it, obviously. So so yeah, so obviously we can just basically get the asset and return it. Otherwise, I don't know, maybe I want to return it in one place. We could do this. So how do we load an asset? So this is also a thing. Hello, may I ask you to upload the episodes on Cherno Plugged? I know, I'm really sorry. I've been very, very bad at that. I have them all on my hard drive, so it's not like I lost them. I just need to go through them and edit them and upload them. So tomorrow, let me write something. Got a post-it note here. I'm gonna write something. Fun with a Sharpie. I want to just do that. Okay, I did a little scribble for you. So there, Cherno unplugged. Going to put this on my monitor, along with my other, like 40 post-it notes that you can't see that get ignored. But anyway, I'm doing something about it. All right, so. So how do we load an asset? And this is like a big topic, like honestly, like loading an asset's not that easy because we don't know what type it is, and every type is going to have a different like loading thing, right? So what actually happens is in Big Hazel, there's something called asset importer, and it's basically going to try and import the asset. Now this is where it's important again that if this is in fact if this is the editor asset manager with the registry, right, it means that we can actually get the metadata from it. Now, getting metadata is definitely not a asset manager based thing because metadata only exists in the editor because the metadata contains a file path, which is not a thing in the runtime. So we can have something that's basically like const asset metadata, get metadata, again by its handle, const. And then what this is going to do is it's basically going to, again, like, and you can be kind of careful with this. I'll probably change this in a minute, but because obviously every time you check this, like you don't want to check it more than once in a particular code path because otherwise it's just a waste of time. But we do need to check here to see if that exists. Because basically if that doesn't exist, so if it equals end, then we're just going to return null. Now, we can't return null here. Oof. And I guess we could just return a pointer. Like, we could obviously have... I don't really know what the best way to do this is. We could have something that has none here, and then we could just return, like basically you can do something like this. Actually, I might even do it here. Static asset metadata, null metadata, right? And you just have this, and the way that you can check to see if it's null is you could even have, this is probably really over engineering it, but if you have a, like just an, kind of a, I guess it's operatable. You could just basically return type doesn't equal none. So that way you kind of have a way to see if it's valid or not. And you could just still kind of return a const reference. And then we can do... and then you can also make sure that you grab that iterator. So again, we're thinking about performance here. And then we just do return it seconds. And then that's going to get us the thing if it exists. So there you go. That's our get metadata. And what we can do is, again, instead of doing this to check to see if handle is valid, because this returns null if it's not, and the reason why we don't want to do this is because if it is valid, we basically have one check over here. And then when we get the, well, actually no, because it's only if we need to load it. So maybe it's not that bad. But what I was going to say is you could just try and get the metadata straight away. Const auto metadata, right? And then you could just be like, if not metadata, right? Which would mean it would run this code. So if the metadata type is none, then it would be false, and therefore you'd return null, right? And that way you already have the metadata if it's valid, and you can just use it. So, but I'm probably not going to do that little micro optimization potentially, because, well, just because it's not the hot code path. The hot code path is this one here, because obviously more often than not, the asset's going to be loaded and ready to go, and you just need to retrieve it. All right, so let's talk about how we can import the asset. So basically, like, well, let's get the metadata, right? And what that gives us, because basically this metadata comes purely from the asset registry, right? The first time we import an asset, it will get it from the file extension. But after that, that's it. It's stored in the asset registry, which is like a big YAML file. For reference, just so you guys know what I'm talking about, let me try and find an example of one. So if we look at Ludum Dare 53, this is when we made that saving Captain Cherno game. If we go into the assets directory and look at the asset registry, you can see that, why are you being so annoying? This is what it looks like. So it's this kind of big file that has the asset metadata, which is all of this kind of stuff that we've got here. So the asset handle, obviously, the file path, and then what type it is. And so we've got that for every single asset that we use. So in that game, you can see we have like that static mesh over here. We have sound configs. We even have script files. We have PNGs. We have prefabs. I completely forgot about prefabs. Yeah, prefabs are important. Dynamic meshes, materials as well, you know, models or mesh sources, like lots of different files, and they're all kind of stored within this with their file path. Now, this is not used in the runtime, but it's important for the editor, obviously, so that we can always load the kind of source asset files that we want to load. Okay, so that's that. Yeah, so once we have the metadata, we can now obviously import. We can tell the asset manager that we'd like to basically, or the asset importer, that we want to import an asset, and we can either give it, you know, the metadata is probably a nice thing to do, and then it's going to return to us the imported asset. Now, if the import fails, then, you know, we should handle that. So that means the import failed. But then otherwise we can return the asset, or really, I guess, we just do that. And then we return the asset, excuse me. Because it either gets it from here or here, obviously, which triggers a load. Yeah. I think I'm done here. Will we have prefabs here? Would be amazing. Yeah, absolutely. Prefabs are, it's very, very hard to make a game without prefabs. Even if it's a 2D game, obviously, it doesn't matter what kind of game it is. Thank you, Veg Lobster. And Birkin. And Zorik. Was that off? Spasiba. So, yeah. Yeah, that's it. I think I'm going to wrap up this episode. Next time, I guess we're going to... Oh, am I playing Ludum Dare games? No, I'm not, sorry. I should have... I'm probably on the front page of Ludum Dare, aren't I? Should probably get rid of that Ludum Dare tag. Whoops. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, I'm removing it. Soz. Alright, done. No more Ludum Dare tags. Forgot about that. Thanks for the reminder. Alright. So, where were we? Yeah, so next time we're going to, I guess we'll go through actually how to import assets and like deserialize them, I guess, and load them and all that stuff. And yeah, so obviously because this asset importer is going to actually take in the metadata, remember the metadata is going to contain the type and the file path. Now the handle is not part of the metadata, but we could obviously take that in. It's valid here. And the fact that we've got the metadata means that it is a valid handle that we've asked for. Actually, one thing this should do is immediately probably check to see if the handle is 0 and then return false. That would be good. Or we could even collapse this into here. That might be nice. Yeah, and then so this function obviously has the handle and it has the metadata, which includes the type, so it knows which kind of specific asset importer to kind of defer to, right? To delegate to, because that's like, for example, is it a texture? Does it need to go to the texture importer? Does it need to go to the, again, 3D mesh importer? But this is a 2D editor, so no. I don't know. Maybe we will throw in 3D meshes at some point, just because I like them. But like, you know, Big Hazel does that, so whatever. And then like, is it an audio file? Does it need to go to like the audio file importer, whatever? It will know because the metadata has a type and it's also got the file path, so it can obviously load it. And it will, based on that, it knows which subclass of asset to create. So again, like for example, kind of the texture here. So like I'm gonna create a texture 2D. That's what's going to be returned here. And then obviously if you called it through asset manager here, which already had you being like get asset and it's a texture 2D, it's automatically going to cast it back to a texture 2D. And then that's it. Like you've got your asset, right? So that's kind of the get asset function. You can see there's quite a lot of stuff to it, I guess. It's kind of simple. It's like there's 3 things really. And that's how it works in Big Hazel, and that's how we're going to make it work here as well. So yeah, next time import asset's going to happen. We're going to basically go through and import. We'll probably start with textures, I think. Is that really the only asset we have? I mean, I know we've got like, we've obviously got like scripts, but I don't think they need to be, go away. I don't think they need to be, there it was actually, right? This face run, yeah. I don't think they need to be imported as assets, really. Textures, oh yeah, scenes, I guess. Yeah, scenes are important as well to have an asset handle and everything, because we need to tell the runtime how to load scenes, and also we need to trigger loading other scenes from scenes so that you can switch scenes in the runtime or in the editor. Yeah, and then we only have textures really. And I mean, we'll have like prefabs and materials or whatever, and all this stuff. Maybe even shaders if we want to have like custom effects. That would be cool for a 2D game. So we could have like some cool water or whatever, or a fog kind of texture. That'd be cool. But yeah, other than that, like we're gonna continue on with this and the zombie game as well. And once we get this up and running, we'll stop testing it with face run and start testing it with like the zombie game. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the video, or the live stream and the Game Engine series video on YouTube. So Cherno Unplugged is a channel I will eventually upload this to. Effects would be amazing like Bloom. Yeah, I was originally planning to, and I still think I definitely will add Bloom eventually to this, like the same Bloom that we have in Hazel 3D or Big Hazel, especially once we go into Vulkan as well. Because yeah, it's gonna obviously make the game look a lot better, and you can have all of these post-processing effects in 2D games as well. It doesn't matter. So, and especially because it's like a 2D engine in 3D space, it'd be good. But anyway, thank you guys for watching. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. All right, what's up, guys? Welcome back to the Game Engine series. Asset Manager is still happening, so let's dive in. It's all about diving, really. We're gonna dive in and take a look at importing assets, I think, today is what we left it at. Because I remember this was a couple weeks ago. Oh, sorry. One more thing I wanted to say, stream, that I forgot to mention is I also have a candle. Here it is. It's also orange. So there's a lot of orange going on today. And for those watching on YouTube who have no idea what I'm talking about, Vague Lobster picked the color of this light because we have this new segment. This is why you watch it live. It's very important to watch this series live. Because you get to pick the color if you're first. So today it's orange, which is a good choice. You know, I probably would have picked orange myself. So there you go. Right, anyway. Speaking of YouTube, I should really catch up and upload the episodes to YouTube. I still have this post-it note. We're never going to start this episode. I still have this post-it note that says Cherno Unplugged. And I can see it, but I guess I'm not really choosing to ignore it. It just so happens that it becomes ignored. So it's a little bit sad, but it is what it is. All right, anyway, guys, back to it. So importing assets, like how hard could it be? Sorry, I gotta handle something. How hard could importing assets be? I would say not very, because we don't really have many asset types at the moment, and really the difficulty with importing assets just comes from writing an importer for every kind of type of asset. So I believe we did actually add asset types So we have scenes and textures. Is that it? Crikey. All right. It's always fun doing working on Hazel, because no, it's still visible, guys. It's still orange. Look, you can see that part of the wall. I'm really bad at 3D space. That's why we're working on Hazel 2D today. The wall is orange, so you still kind of get to see it, so that's useful. Anyway, so we need to import assets, scenes or texture 2Ds. Is that really what I was saying? I don't really remember. So asset importer is the thing that we're going to design, and it's pretty simple because asset metadata contains the asset type. So by the time we get to the handle, basically like, I think I explained this last stream, but I'll reiterate it. Basically, this is us trying to retrieve an asset by its handle. So if we have the handle, it has to be present in the asset registry. If it's not, then it's kind of like an unidentified asset, right? Like you got a handle that doesn't actually... It's not recognized by the asset manager, therefore it might as well not exist, at least not in the asset system. So we obviously can't load it because we don't know what this handle is. So we just return null. Second of all, if it is valid, then we need to see if it's already loaded, because if it's already in memory, we just return that asset and we're done. In which case we assign asset to this and then we return it. But if it's not loaded, right, then we have to obviously load it. So the first step to that is retrieving metadata about it. Do we really have to? Yeah, I guess. The thing is, this is also, it's important to note, the editor asset manager. So what happens is, in Hazel, at least the way that we've designed our asset manager systems, is that when you have a handle and you want to load something, the editor asset manager, right? So specifically the editor asset manager will always load the raw asset, meaning that there is no runtime format that is in use by the editor. So what that basically means is if you load a texture, and obviously like the source texture file is a PNG file, the editor will only ever load that PNG file. You'll never load it in Hazel's like native kind of texture format. That is reserved for the runtime. Why have we made that decision? To be honest, like the reason why, I guess, is because it just simplifies the asset building pipeline. If you always it means that you never have to build any assets until you get to the runtime. So if you're making your game and you're in the editor, since the editor is only using like, GLTF files for 3D models, again, not in Hazel 2D, but GLTF files for 3D models, PNGs like, or whatever, TIFFs, TGAs, JPEGs, whatever for textures. Thank you, Haswell5 for the sub, appreciate the support. If you're just kind of using all of that stuff, it's good because you're obviously like, well, you're probably updating those textures repeatedly as you develop the game. And you might want to, like, you don't need to necessarily like rebuild it all the time. Every time you export like a PNG from Photoshop, let's take it through the asset build pipeline to generate an engine compatible format. Again, of course, the engine could handle that behind the scenes for you, but it's just a little bit more simple if it's just like literally, I have a texture, I'm loading it, it's going to be the PNG file. Like that is literally the pixels, that's where we get our pixels from when we're in the editor. And of course, Hazel like tries to be simple. We can't try to be not simple, because that we don't have the resources to do that, right? We're not Unity or Unreal or whatever. So that's kind of how assets work. So that's a really important distinction, because if we were in the runtime asset manager, which kind of exists as well, we haven't made it yet, but this is in use by the runtime, it does not load PNG files. In fact, it doesn't really load files from their paths either, because, and I talked about this last time, but this concept of asset metadata, basically what this is a structure that holds an actual file path. So in other words, it would have, for example, the PNG file path, right? You're trying to load a PNG file. This is the, my texture.png, like it will tell you where that file is on disk because it's the editor asset manager, meaning there is a PNG file on disk because that's the texture you're loading. In the runtime, that's not the case because everything is stored inside something called an asset pack, which is basically one or more .hap files, and they're big binary blob files. It's kind of like an indexed, binary file. which has a whole bunch of assets, all in that kind of one file. And they're also in the engine native format, right? So in other words, like for 3D models and for textures, we don't have to like load them using ASIMP or, you know, STBI or like whatever for image files. We just take the data off disk and stream it directly into GPU memory, you know, for kind of rendering resources, you know. So the point is they're all kind of already in that kind of native format. So that's kind of the distinction. But again, we're focusing on the editor here, which is why if the asset isn't loaded, we retrieve the metadata, which is going to have our file path. And now when we actually go into asset importer, import asset, we give it the handle and the metadata, because the metadata doesn't contain the handle. It's just got the, I think the asset type and the file path at this point in time. This import asset along with the handle and metadata obviously gives us enough information to be like, all right, I now know how to load that asset. Why? Because the metadata will have an asset type, right? So in other words, we can look at the asset type and be like, oh, the asset type is a texture 2D. So therefore I'm gonna obviously try and load it with like STB image, for example. And the metadata will contain the file path, which is the other thing we need to actually load that. So that's how that comes about. So I just wanted to kind of, I guess for this episode, explain exactly how like the loading actually takes place, and also how the pieces come together, because at the moment, like, I mean, anyone should be able to write this, hopefully, based on what I've explained, because it should be pretty straightforward. Now, there are going to be a lot of different asset types. So one thing we could do, obviously, is like we could make an asset importer, CPP and H file. Let's just make a little static, what does this return? A ref asset, I think. We could make it return a templated kind of situation. Like it could just do the cast automatically, but I don't know, maybe not. Import asset, asset importer, import asset. Is that what we called it? Yeah, we did. Handle and metadata. And asset metadata is where? In asset metadata. Useful. Okay, so make this guy. Okay, so asset metadata. Oh wow, Nightbot is actually correct for the first time ever. I am working on Hazel 2D for the Game Engine series. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna sit up because we're getting serious. So what we could do, clearly, is we could look at the type here inside the metadata and just be like, you know what, let's just, based on the type, let's just delegate this to, like, you know, if it's a texture 2D, then use the texture 2D importer or like whatever, right? Now, the problem with that is, I mean, that's essentially what we want to do, right? That's essentially what we want to do. The thing is, engines tend to have a lot of different asset types, so it's a little bit cleaner to set up a map which maps to the right function. The reason why is just because it kind of doesn't require a huge switch statement here. And fundamentally, like, we can do some extra things with it, such as like iterate through it, you know, and it's a little bit more friendly for testing as well. So what we can do instead of doing all of this is, and there's so many different ways to do this. I'm probably going to set this up statically though. So we could just be like static std map, can be an unordered map, really does not matter. I'm going to make it a map because there's not that many types anyway. And it's going to be a map of asset type to std function, and this is just going to be like our it's going to return an asset obviously, and it's going to take in like nothing, I guess. No, it's definitely not going to take in nothing. It's going to take this in. So let's get rid of the names to make this a bit shorter. And I might pull this out, to be honest. Is that even how you write code? I think so. S asset loading funcs. Call it functions, because this is supposed to be as readable as possible. All right, so we'll do that, at least for now. Now we can do like we can do this kind of statically up here as well. So we can have like asset type, you know, scene, and then link that up to an actual function. Now, let's see here. And we'll also do one for texture, obviously. I tend to basically like have kind of a texture importer, and this will be like, you know, for all textures. Like I won't make one for kind of like with the, I guess, how we have a texture.h file, and it's kind of for texture 2Ds, and it's for all textures, for cube maps if we have them. So I'm going to put all my texture importers here, but I think it's a little bit cleaner to kind of divide them into separate files, at least by kind of category in a way, you know. Because you could have all of your asset importers in one file, but that's just a bit, especially if some asset like some asset types might be optional. Like you might have modules which bring in other asset types. Like maybe you have some kind of weird, like extra physics engine as a plugin or something, and that brings with it some physics material assets that are only relevant if you have the module. So it's nice to kind of separate the files, because then we can just exclude them from you know, being compiled. Okay, anyway, so, and again, like, I just want to reiterate that you do not need to make classes out of any of these things. Like, you can just make them free-floating functions, right? So I could just make either a namespace. I could even make this a namespace, but like, at the end of the day, I can have a function called, you know, import texture 2D, right? And you can do, or, you know, you'd make it take in like the asset handle and the asset metadata. And that's it, right? You could definitely do that. Now, I just like to, what the heck's that? I just like to, honestly, put stuff into classes just for the, because it's no different to the compiler, like at least in the way that we're using it, because they're static anyway. And we're not really making instances of this. I just like it because of the, I guess, the semantics, or like just the way it looks, really, the visuals, the aesthetic, if you will. Kind of like why I did asset importer, import asset, you know, not putting that into like a namespace or whatever, but making it a class. Yeah, like they're really just functions at its core. Now, I will say sometimes with importers, I won't do it here because that will break other functionality, or at least, I mean, it might not directly break it, but it might. What I can do is, like sometimes what I do, and I think I did that with, no, I didn't do that here. Did that somewhere else. I've actually got another game engine series happening, kind of as a different persona, so you guys don't know about it, and I may have done something there. I dress up as someone else on Fridays and do another game engine series. But what I do sometimes is I basically, like, I'll provide maybe like a file path, file system path. I'll do like a file path as kind of in the constructor, and then I might have like some import, you know, improt, yeah, show improt, and exprot. So I can kind of have, you know, some kind of, I guess you set the path, maybe that's the context, and then you have a bunch of operations which apply to that context. So I sometimes do like, I sometimes do make it actually into classes, and then I guess I treat them as just little kind of just things that hold state in order to kind of minimize, in order to just keep the code cleaner, right? So you could do something like that, and then that just means that instead of having to obviously just have free-floating functions where you pass in the entire context into every function because they're just standalone functions, you can kind of set up the context once and then just have a bunch of operations revolving around that context, if that makes sense. But we won't do that here. Again, we totally could, but we're probably not going to be exporting textures anytime soon, and I don't know if we'll have that much texture importing going on. So what I can do is texture importer, and then I can just have like, it can be ref texture 2D, import texture 2D. It'll take this in, asset metadata. I'll make it static. Needs texture 2D as well. Hazel renderer texture. Make this guy. Thoughts on C++ 20 modules? Too early to write an engine only using those. I haven't really played around with them too much, to be honest. I just don't, like, I'm used to doing things without them, obviously, because they're new. And I just haven't been bothered, really. Like, I haven't had the time and really any desire to kind of do that. But I'm sure they're probably great and worth taking a look at. So I will one day. Alright. So, yeah, so what this now means is that we can, you know, assuming we include texture importer, we can basically, we might have to rename it to be asset after all, but we can just be like texture importer, import texture 2D, right? And that's it. Let's get rid of this guy. So this is basically, it becomes like a little static map that we have that all it does is it connects type to function, right? I've got something in one of the includes in the header. Well, you got single quotes on one of the includes, really. Oh yeah, thanks. Sharp eye, Veg Lobster, sharp eye. And then all we have to do is be like, hey, let's grab the metadata type, and we call the function with handle and metadata, right? And that's it, and we can return that. So that's basically how it works. Now, clearly, we should check to make sure it's actually there, and we can do that by asserting, you know, if we wanted to. Well, let's just do if it's not present. Control A, backspace, wonderful. If it's not present, like, let's just do, we'll specifically return null, and I guess we will log something. For asset type. Now that will just print it. We could have a little asset type to string function, which would be nice, but whatever. All right, cool. Right, so there you go. Easy. Yeah, so this obviously does all the code for importing assets. Let's just make sure, oh, sorry, importing textures. Let's just make sure that we can connect this to, was it editor asset manager, right? Okay, good. now we have to actually do the importing. So so let's take a look at how textures are currently imported, right? So if we open up texture, GL texture, right? OpenGL texture. Forgot we were using OpenGL. So you can see how this happens, right? So we have OpenGL texture 2D, and we can take in a file path. So this basically has to disappear. The reason why is because, like, what we're doing now is we're kind of separating the kind of importing of assets from the actual, like, engine, like, asset formats, right? So asset and importing separate. Now, why? Because I think it's really important to discuss some of these things as opposed to just doing them, because I think it's like a lot of people just like to complicate things for the sake of complicating things. And like, there's a fine line when you're working on your own tech, because like it also depends what your goals are, right? Like some people like to write game engines that are extremely complicated in their spare time. Because they don't really anticipate ever quite finishing them. It's kind of like a lifetime project, right? You're never just gonna ditch it, and they might want to, you know, implement things in a certain way that they saw in Unreal Engine, and they know that it might not be practical for them, but it's a learning experience, and that's totally fine, right? On the other hand, there are people who want to make a game engine that they can use to make things in this lifetime, you know. And also for their purposes, they might not need certain complicated complications, we'll say, you know. And so it's kind of like, do they, you know, just because another engine might be doing this doesn't mean they should necessarily do it. And it's kind of like, you know, just like, you know, I guess like electricity takes the path of least resistance, like you should take the path of least resistance. Right? Pretend you're electricity. Like, it's really, really important. Because, like, that is, like, the simplest way is usually the best. Right? For everyone. So I usually like to talk about why I do things that might be complicated. Because you might look at this and be like, OpenGL texture 2D. Like, it takes in a file path. Wonderful. What that means is I can just call the constructor of a texture class with a file path and get a texture. Why on earth do I have to design a system that doesn't work like that? Because this is what logically makes sense. Now, I will say it's probably not the most, like, there's a few levels to this. I'm just not sure where to start. But basically, I'll cut to the chase, I think. Less is more, probably. The reason why is because our strategy for importing assets is going to be fundamentally different for the editor, or like the kind of development stage, right? Because you have to remember that an engine is used for both development and for distribution as a runtime, so that you can, like, people can play your product, right? So that's really, really important. Because it's very easy if you're just working on your own engine to just forget about the whole runtime situation, right? And that's why it's so important to get into shipping games, right? And one of my regrets with this series is I should have just built it more focused on the runtime than focused on the editor, which is what I chose to do. But anyway, the point is, it's kind of like a multi-tool in the sense that you use it for the editor, like as in you build this engine that is an editor and is capable of developing, is capable of production, but then it's also capable of runtime and kind of like consumption of what you've made, right? And those things are very different. They have the same kind of core, and that's why we usually set up different modules and all of that. They have the same kind of core, right? They map to the same core, but they are very, very different. And so, as I just mentioned before, when I was talking about asset importers, when we're in the editor, we might be importing like PNG files. When we're in the runtime, we'll be reading an asset pack, yeah, an AP, an asset pack, and we'll be like reading some kind of .h texture format, essentially. Now, it's not really an H texture or whatever, like, because it's an asset pack, it doesn't really have a file extension. But the point is, it'll be some kind of native format, right? It'll be something completely different to a PNG file. So therefore, as an example, like, we don't even need STB image. And an STB image is very lightweight, but I think a better example for a 3D engine like Big Hazel is Asimp. Asimp is huge. Asimp is annoying. Asimp is an extra DLL, because we don't build it statically. It's an extra DLL that we literally have to ship with the game if we don't strip that code when we ship the runtime. And we do strip that code. And why are we able to strip that code? Because we have this system where the asset is separate from the importing. What that means is we can use Asimp during, like in Hazelnut, the editor, you know, during production of the game to import assets from any 3D model format, because Asimp supports like all of them, right? FBX, GLTF, OBJ, whatever else, like Collada, heaven forbid, like whatever else format you want. Like, you can import it all because Asimp supports it at the cost of being slow, first of all, to import, and like comparatively, and also, or relatively, and also big, right? I'm pretty sure the Asimp binary is like bigger than Hazel somehow. So, it's big, right? And it's annoying to kind of, it's heavyweight. But we don't have to ship that to our customers because we just don't have Asimp in the runtime, even though it's the same module. And the reason we're able to do that is because we've isolated everything that uses Asimp into like 1 or 2 files called Asimp importer. And then we just don't compile those files in the distribution configuration, which we use to ship. So it's very, very simple. That's how it works. But that relies on this being separate. Now, again, relies is a strong word because, like, fundamentally, we could still have this here, and we could just have, like, guards, like, you know, kind of preprocessor kind of hash ifs and stuff. Like, you know, if, you know, not runtime, if and def, or if, you know, whatever, if runtime is false, then include the Asimp code. Otherwise, like, just strip this. But that's kind of messy, and so I like to separate it. But you can kind of see fundamentally why we have these 2 different paths, 2 different branches. Texture importer will have another function for runtime importing. Yes. Yes. That's a good point, actually. How does that factor into my design? Well, the thing is, you won't... no, it won't. Because that's not importing, that's loading. So these importers are purely for importing non-engine native assets, right? So we're in the editor asset manager, remember? And so this asset importer fundamentally, I'm pretty sure, doesn't really exist in the runtime. Like, it's not something that ever gets called because we just load assets differently. Like, basically what this code will look like is, first of all, again, there's no metadata, there's no file paths. What it looks like instead, and actually I don't have to just talk about this because I could just show you Big Hazel. But if we look at, as soon as my open file thing loads, I guess runtime asset manager. Get asset. So you can see that, again, we have a similar check, kind of. I mean, we actually don't even check to see if the asset handle is valid or not, because it will be checked further down the line. But you can see if it's not loaded, needs load, then we just do asset pack load asset. And then that will do, okay, so it does use the asset importer, but it's asset importer deserialized from asset pack. It's a separate code path. Again, S serializes by type here, deserialized from asset pack, and then that will actually go to the appropriate serializer, right? So it might be like, I mean, half of them aren't even here. There's a lot of them. So that will go to something like, for a texture, texture serializer. It'll go into here, and then it'll do texture runtime serializer, So it's a separate kind of serializer here, I guess. And you can see it's not, we don't really use importer, we use serializer and deserializer, I guess. But deserialize texture 2D, and then that you can see will actually like read, you know, the buffers in the texture spec and stuff like that, kind of from the actual file stream reader, which is the asset pack. So that's kind of the full story of how it works in Big Hazel. So it's a different code path because it's not the asset importer kind of import asset function. All right, so anyway, let's actually get this working, shall we? So yeah, so we're going to look at the asset import function. We're in it now. So we get all the way into texture importer. And so basically all we need to do here is the job of this constructor of texture. Yeah, which again does this whole path situation. You know, STB shouldn't be here. Yeah, so this is a good kind of way to make sure you've done it correctly. This is gone, right? And everything that involves that clearly gets stripped. So everything goes into texture importer. STB image isn't here now. And then we basically look at, this constructor is going to disappear. So we could basically just copy it or cut it. The thing is, I obviously don't want to bring any OpenGL code into here, because what this is kind of supposed to do is it's really just supposed to load this kind of stuff and then bring it into OpenGL using the texture specification and an optional data member. Because what does this constructor do? Does that constructor not? So it just creates storage for it, I guess. Based on the format and the data format, which is good. So as long as we set that up correctly, it should work. And then it sets up this crap. Okay, and then we have chill texture sub image because we've already done texture storage 2D, which happens here as well. So basically it's just this, really? Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a constructor here that optionally takes in, I guess, do we have a buffer? Did we make a buffer class? Yeah, we did, didn't we? So we're gonna take in a buffer, which is gonna be a default parameter. And where was buffer? In Hazel Core. We're gonna take in a buffer. I'm actually gonna put that into texture because we're gonna need it here as well. We're going to come in here and let's grab this buffer. Now the buffer could be empty, so we're going to deal with that. But basically all we're doing is if that buffer is not null, right? So if we've specified a buffer, then guess what we're going to do? This line over here. So into that texture ID, using that data format, we're going to grab that data buffer, .data. And that's it. So now we've given it, like, apart from just allocating the memory for the texture on the GPU, we can also set it. And we could just use set data, technically. Texture sub image 2D. I guess that does the same thing. I guess I'll do that, just because that has an extra assert in there. So we'll just do set data, data and size. So that's, again, we should be using a buffer instead, because that contains both of those things. So let's do that. I'm just going to upgrade the API a little bit. And again, it's the exact same thing. It's just that this is data.data and this is data.size. Size.size. All right. We're good? We're good. So set data. Done. And so all we need to do is get the data in the first place. Right. Oh, this reminds me of something that kind of, we're not copying the buffer. The buffer is a non-owning buffer. So there's no, it doesn't actually copy it. I was gonna say, this reminds me of something we had in Hazel recently, a little bug. Where basically, so what happens is STBI load, will actually, I believe, will allocate. This might be difficult to find, but I guess I'll drill into it. What does it do, the actual allocation? There's going to be like an alloc function, I think, somewhere here at the top, right? Because I think they have a define for their allocator or something. No. SDBI. I don't know if it's worth finding this. SDBI malloc. I mean, those are not this. Yeah, here we go. SDBI malloc. No, actually, it does malloc using malloc. I mean, that is suspicious because it looks. Oh no, this is all turned off. Yeah, because it's not the implementation isn't defined. That's fine though. Okay, so SDBI malloc is just a normal malloc and a normal free. Okay, so I remember Peter saying that it does new, like, it kind of, what it does is it news like this, and so obviously we need to delete using the kind of array delete, right? Because we newed with a new delete, and so that might be a problem if we basically take this data, and if we put it into a buffer, meaning like into this buffer struct, then obviously if we were to then release it, unless we release it our own way, you know, it will, oh, well actually, maybe it was the problem because it was the opposite. So it deletes using this. It probably shouldn't, to be honest. Why does it do that actually? So allocate, I guess because allocate does that. It doesn't like an array alloc. Yeah, let's not do that. That's actually a bit of an oversight. Let's do, but then we need to, let's do, I guess we can just do a malloc here. We'll be all primitive. We can do malloc. And what's data, by the way? This. We'll do malloc and free. The reason why is I don't really want the overhead. It's not really too much of an overhead. Kebab Scowl, thanks for the raid. Who are you? Have I asked that before? That would be awkward. Kebab. Make me want a kebab. I haven't had a kebab in a while. Did you bring kebabs? Kebab Scowl? I'm looking at your channel now. Swedish dude streaming game development. I'm going to Sweden soon. In August. Cool. Thanks for the raid. No, but I am on my way to kebab. Nice. Alright. Now. Yeah, so as I was saying, there's not too much overhead, but the point is, like, I don't want to allocate using an array alloc because this is really just supposed to be a roll buffer, so why would we do that? So there you go, that's fixed. And that will now, I'll probably change that in Big Hazel as well. See ya, kebab. So let's, yeah. So now that we've done that, what that means now is we should be able to kind of treat SDBI's data that it returned. We should be able to treat that as a buffer if we wanted to, and we do want to. All right, so we don't need SDBI image free. We'll do that in a different place probably. And we won't use SDBI image free. We'll just do the buffer release. Again, we could technically. Maybe we should. We should. Okay, we should. We'll get back to that. Image free. I just need to remember that. All this goes away. Let's just take this into texture importer. This can just go away. We can just do SDBI load. Maybe I'll do that. Metadata. So metadata.filepath.string. So we have width, height, and everything. So now we can just be like texture, because this needs a texture 2D, right? So we're going to make a texture 2D, and we're going to do texture specification. Width is width. Height is height. Format. Now, format. There's kind of two that we support, I guess. For now. We'll do 3 and 4. Image format, RGB 8. And then we can do ref, no, texture 2D create, spec, and data. So, if this, I guess, did not work, then Sozman. Yes, I don't believe we set this up. Right, that should be it. Just return. Now, apparently we don't have that here, which we definitely should, so what's wrong? No instance of overload. Oh, this needs to be a buffer. Do we know the size of this, though? We don't know the size of this allocation, do we? That's the thing. Buffers like sizes. Would be really good if it did provide the size. I mean, of course we could calculate it, but it's a bit annoying, considering it allocated it. So, and we're not forcing it to be a certain format. Okay. So let's make this be buffer. Data dot size equals, it's a little bit Dogecoin, but we could do times channel. It also depends if it's HDR or not. It's gonna be a float, like an RGBA 32F. But I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. Let's do this for now. Let's assume it's just in a 1 byte per channel kind of situation. Think about this. All right. Good. Good. Dunsies. What's the additional semantic meaning of the block at line 14? It's for the profile scope. Because we want to specifically measure the performance, which, speaking of which, we probably should do. We just want to see how long the actual load takes, as opposed to the entire import texture 2D function. That's it. That's all. And since it's like a RAII kind of scope-based thing, we have to do that. When I start working on Hazel, since he was 23, 2018, right? So math is hard. No, I was 24. No, I wasn't. No, you're right. I was 23. Wait, why did I think I was 24? Because 2018. Yeah, I don't know why I thought I was 24. I would have been 24 in December at the end of the year. So yeah, so I was almost 20. No, that doesn't make sense, because I got married when I was 24. And I started Hazel before I got married. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I was 23, but I turned 24 at the end of the year. Yep, so I was 23 in 10 months. There you go, we cracked it. Because when I started the Game Engine series, which was October, because there was no Hazel Dev. Hazel Dev became a branch off of the Game Engine series, which was Hazel. So Hazel 2D, like the thing we're working on now, the code base we're working on now, like physically started before Big Hazel. Because Big Hazel branched off from like maybe half a year into this Hazel. Okay. Anyway, that's done. I'm pretty sure we don't need any of this. So let's just delete this. So you can see now that goodbye this constructor. Like we're done, right? And so what we do now is nothing. We celebrate. We have a party. Who's throwing the party today? All right. Well, I guess we should test this out. I'm just thinking, do we have a full-on... Yeah, so obviously import failed if set is null. I guess I'll do a little thing. And you'll get null, because if that's null, then it's null. Okay, cool. Let's try build, because I don't think this will build, because we like ruined the API. Map, asset map. Oof. What? Have I never tried compiling this? Dunno. What are we trying to log? What was it supposed to be, metadata type? Probably a 16T. No, I didn't make it anything. Let's make it a 16T. 65,000 assets should be enough. Alright. Build these. Set data doesn't take two things, apparently. Yes. Because this is a buffer now. Now let's add buffer to the precompiled header as well. Because it really should be in there. Buffer. Are we winning? Yes. Speedrunning a game engine. We've gone well. Okay, what is your problem? Ah, yes. We forgot to... Oh, I see. Oh, no, that's just dead. That's what it is. Never mind. We just forgot to strip that. Okay, so we might get some problems like this now as well, because we're trying to create a texture. In this case... Oh, well, actually, no, that's not really it. I was thinking of something else, like in font. But that doesn't seem to matter. Anyway, why are you upset? So this, I think this can go away. Like, why are we casting? Maybe we have to. But what? You're upset, really? From initialize the list to buffer. What? What? Oh. We just straight up don't have that. How strange. That's so weird that we don't have that. So this will just assign the members. I should release the other thing of mine. Okay, so that should be good now. Yep. Yeah, remind me to fix that memory leak. Do most of EA's gameplay code implementations use Lua? Yeah, some of them do. It's a bit of like a studio decision though, so not all of them. But like, there's usually Lua in use, at least in some form, especially for UI stuff. What's the reason for using UN64T instead of size T for the buffer size? Because they're the same thing. Like, why would I use size T? UN64T just is more readable for me. So I usually use that. I use size T when I'm dealing with like the STL, and because it's using size T. Okay. Before we tackle this, let's just do the memory thing. So, I mean, we basically just need to do this. Have you ever done anything with the Battlefield series, or were you Frostbite only after Osiris got dropped? Frostbite only. Well, because I was in Frostbite Melbourne. Like, that's what we became. We became Frostbite Melbourne from just being initially part of Fire Monkeys to then being kind of EA Central Technology Group, CTG. They have a little organization called that. We were that when we became Osiris, but more serious. And then Frostbite, yeah, after Osiris got dropped. Osiris is still like, people still kind of maintain that, I think, because those games are still going. So, like, it kind of lives on. It's funny how if you Google Osiris Engine EA, it comes up with Frostbite Engine. That's interesting. There's like nothing about it. There was an article someone review. Someone did EA Workday. That's funny. Do people Google this? Workday is a platform EA used for, like, you know, if you take days off or whatever, or like for reviews, I guess. That's hilarious. Anyway, that kind of sucks. Subaru EA Engine. Let's go. Let's go. There you go. EA's latest engine, everyone. 1.1 liter. That's where it's at. Alright, anyway, this kind of sucks. There used to be an article about this somewhere. What is this? This doesn't say what engine it is. Maybe I should edit this. Or what was that, Command and Conquer? Command and Conquer Rivals? Also doesn't say what engine it is. This sucks. It literally doesn't exist. I remember there was a public article about it. Imagine if it's just like a secret and I liked it, but it's not, because I've seen an article about it in the future. Yeah, in the future. In the past. Damn. These, anyway. No one cares. All right. Do you edit your own videos on YouTube too? I do. Do you miss an EA days? Yeah. I mean, I miss stuff there, but you know, I mean, I don't regret anything. Yeah, just made it disappear from the web. Yeah. It's funny. Alright. What's up, Zephy Frags? So, that was a blast from the past. Yeah, the error we had. So this was because now, like, okay, so obviously we're doing things wrong here. Like, and this is going to be a little bit more than just it's going to be harder to solve than just this, really. But basically, the deal is that this guy here, we are storing a texture at the moment inside our sprite renderer component as just like, well, I mean, in this case, it's an actual texture. Yeah, but then we're obviously trying to load it using this. And I guess when we serialize this as well, which is up here, we just get the path from the actual texture, which is also wrong, by the way. Like, as in, if we go to GL texture, this path, this does not exist. This should not exist, right? So we'll get rid of get path, because again, it might not have a path. It just shouldn't be tied to a file. It's a texture, right? So we get rid of this because the asset manager now has the path, and we don't store the path anymore. We need to do what? We need to actually serialize the asset handle. So what happens is, and I don't think we set this up properly because the asset registry, like, did we actually set up an asset registry? It's just this, right? But we don't, that's not a real thing, is it? Like, we need to, I guess, make that happen. Do we do that here? This will be a good next episode, I think, talking about the asset registry. But basically, yeah, we're probably gonna have to do that next. So what's gonna happen is, and I guess I should probably do it just for the next episode so it makes more sense to people watching. But next time, what we're gonna do is we're gonna come in here to the sprite renderer component. This is gonna become an asset handle, right? And I'll just make that change next time. But that's gonna become an asset handle. And then we're going to actually have an asset registry, which we already kind of have, but we basically need a way to write this asset registry to disk and obviously load it as well. So serialize this serialization for the asset registry. So we'll do that next time as well. Should be able to fit that into an episode, hopefully. And that means that we will be able to basically import assets properly using that kind of, like, we'll be able to add an asset to the asset registry just from its raw file. It will kind of make an asset internally for it, generate an asset handle for us, and then we can use that asset handle, you know, to then, you know, we'll get the asset, I guess, if we need to, but also use it like throughout the engine, such as in the sprite renderer component. And that's how it's going to work. Yeah, but I hope you guys enjoyed this episode of the Game Engine series. If you did, and you're watching on YouTube, hit the like button. I don't really have anything else to say. So if you want to support the series, patreon.com/Cherno, and I will see you next time. Goodbye. Alright, what's up, guys? My name is Cherno. I should do that again, actually. I've noticed the first few seconds are like corrupted for some reason when I record, so anyway, I just feel like Streamlabs OBS is a pile of crap. Thank you, Vague Lobster, for the 3 years. Appreciate the support. Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Cherno, and welcome back to the Game Engine series. Today, we are back at it again with the Asset Manager. It's been a while since the last episode, so I'm going to spend the first kind of few minutes here remembering what on earth we've been working on, basically. Which is good if you watch this series not that regularly, because you get a recap. But otherwise, if you're watching back-to-back episodes, I'm very sorry. Anyway, yeah. So, Runtime Asset Manager is looking very empty. That's okay, though. I think we talked about the concept of having these different editor and runtime asset managers, and I'm pretty sure we kind of created a bit of an asset registry, and I think asset importers we were talking about as well. So for example, we have the ability now, I think, to have this kind of map of different importer functions, and then we have this, like, you know, for example, for texture 2Ds, we'll use this importer function, and that lets us actually kind of load textures. Yes, I think that's what we were doing last time, wasn't it? We were just kind of importing textures, and then I think we revised the texture constructor and, well, like the way that we make textures really, to no longer actually do anything have anything to do with the STB image. And I'm pretty sure at the moment all it does is, yeah, you can basically load a texture from a buffer, and the buffer has to come from elsewhere, and that's kind of what texture importer does. So I'm pretty sure that's good to go. So then, what else should we do? What should we move on to next? Do we have, okay, so like, I guess we should try and go through the process of actually importing assets. So if we actually have a texture, like we've got the code path for it, but I don't know if we've got the UI path for it, basically. And I don't know if it's actually going to get added into like the asset. Oh, we need to serialize the asset registry. That's what it is, I think. I think that's where we stopped, basically. Okay. All right, that's okay. Because the asset registry is just a map of this and that. And what's in metadata? But this is, yeah, this is for the editor asset manager. So let's maybe go over here. I'm just gonna be kind of simple here. I think I'm just gonna make a little you know, serialize asset registry. Now the location of the asset registry is going to probably depend on the project. Oops. So in the project, we have this project config, right? And we have an asset directory. And I guess we should probably have an asset registry path, which might, in all seriousness, just be that, but plus an extra thing. But how do we read these in? Because they get serialized at the moment. So we could just make this automatically be relative to this. Where does it come from? So that's serialized. What about deserialize? Yeah. It's just that, I guess, like, at the end of the day, it's probably not that important that it even is separate, but yeah, sure. And we'll probably make it relative to that. So relative to asset directory, we'll say. Now, this obviously might not exist, so we'll hide it behind an if, because we're just introducing it now. We'll serialize that. Now, when we deserialize it though, like this, because that's relative and stuff, it should mean that if we actually have, you know, get asset registry path, right? Then we're not just gonna do that. We're probably just gonna do get asset directory / that, right? Because we'll get it relative to that. So I don't know if that's the best idea, but whatever. And that's where it's going to get serialized. And deserialize asset registry, we'll do that as well, right? So we'll just have these two functions down the bottom. We'll actually make them down the bottom because they're not that important to look at. could hide them in another file as well, but I don't really care. So let's grab that file system path. Get asset registry path. And this is going to be quite easy. Like we're going to do this obviously with YAML, but we're going to go through and just like go through the asset registry, which is a map of asset handle to asset metadata, and just serialize it. So that should be pretty easy. Okay. Let's see. I hate this stupid volume. I need to get like a preamp or something for my microphone, honestly, because I don't like the way that this audio interface treats the gain. It's just like it's either really hot like it is now, or if I like literally I'm just tapping it to get it to lower a little bit, a microscopic amount, and now it's like probably too quiet. So I don't know, it's the worst. It's like the curve is like, basically the curve is this. that like, I kid you not, this is like the gain curve for like this. I don't know why. It's so bad. All right. So what are we doing? I'm trying to, I guess I'll look at, what was I looking at before? Yeah, sure, like project serializer, something to just get this like YAML emitter code, the kind of boilerplate, and that's got a map actually as well, which will be perfect. Editor asset manager, where am I? Is it normal that 1080p is missing between 720 and 1448? No idea. I don't know. I don't know if it's supposed to be there or not. Guess I'll call this, well, yeah. Okay, so I guess we'll just make this little registry. So we have a root. And then we'll do begin map. So this will probably be, I don't know if I want to do it that way. I don't think I want to do it that way. Yeah, I'm not going to do it that way. I'm not going to make it a map of maps here. I'm actually just going to probably begin. How do I do an array? Is that a sequence? Right. Is it though? Or is that like a sequence like one of these guys where you have like a bunch on one line? I forgot how to do arrays. Can't believe it. I guess we'll work it out. Okay, but anyway, we'll we'll work that out in a minute. But yeah, value, and then at the moment it's a map. But but wait, are we gonna need keys and values anyway, though? I think we are. What do I even want this to look like? So I want it to be kind of like asset registry, right? We'll have an asset registry, and then I guess I was thinking handle. And then like the name. But I guess that will end up being, hey Marmalade, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Appreciate the support. Hi, you gifted a sub to Peter. That's funny. Peter's like away this week. On like a little holiday or something. I'm actually gonna take a look at what Hazel's like asset registry looks like. Because like I don't know. I've forgotten. So let's have a look. Here it is. Yeah, see, this is kind of what I was thinking of. So what the heck is this? I mean, this is a map, right? And I guess this is a map, but it's an array of maps. And each map has obviously handle, file path, and type. But then this is obviously an array. So it's a map. It's a map, and the value is an array of maps. But like, How do I set that up? Well, anyway, internally though, so I guess we'll have handle, a file path, and type. And then I guess we're really just gonna go through const short order, handle, metadata, asset registry. Handle, metadata file path. Now I guess we'll have to do dot string or something. And type. Is that just automatically going to become an array if I do it like this? Hopefully. Oh, okay, so asset types. We have to have a toString now. I guess I'll have a string view. Asset type toString. I don't know if it's worth having the name in there like that, or if we can just have the actual thing. It's a bit redundant, isn't it? I don't know, man. What do you guys think? Be useful for one stream. What do you what do you think? Should we have the like name of the enum in the string like this, or should it just be, you know, that? Should it be like this or like this? Those are the two options. You have 5 seconds to respond, or I'm ending the stream. Depends on how you want to use it. Okay, everyone wants the double colon. Alright, I guess we're keeping it. I will think about it later. Invalid, we'll say. How about that? Pretty cool. Alright, so... Oh, and we're gonna need the other way around as well. From string. What do you prefer to drink when working? Oh. Only the strongest liquor. I don't know, man. I guess overall water, but like I like coffee. It's just I'm not gonna drink coffee throughout the whole day. I'll usually have like 2 coffees a day. So one in the morning, like when I wake up basically, and then one like kind of around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I do like coffee, but I don't know, like I guess I like tea as well. I don't like fruit teas. I really don't. My wife really does. I really don't. Because like fruit teas, I don't know, to me fruit teas are like warm juice. You know, like it's weird. I mean, I'll still drink it and stuff. I'm not gonna like complain. I mean, I probably will complain, but I'll still drink it. But I'll just be like, I would never be the one who would be like, yes, let's make this fruit tea. I guess I like more herbal teas. Black teas, green teas, sencha, that kind of stuff. I like Japanese roasted teas as well, are fantastic. And I like stuff like chamomile and like, you know, lemon and ginger, or like, what is it? Lemongrass and ginger. That's what I was thinking of. So yeah. And yeah, water. I drink a lot of water. I've always got water with me. All right. So from string. So this is easy. This is just if asset type equals. So I guess we have to compare it to this though. So it needs to be a very specific type. See, in Hazel it doesn't have this. In Hazel it's just this. Man, I don't know. I'm beginning to think that maybe we shouldn't have done this, but whatever. How about a little alcohol for greater productivity? I mean, like, I feel like I don't think I've ever tried. Like, I don't think no, I mean, I have. That's a lie. But I was gonna say, like, I don't generally drink alcohol during the day. I mean, maybe if I'm like out with the boys having lunch, like maybe I'll get a beer. But like, I don't generally drink alcohol during the day. So, and I usually work during the day. At least now I do. So therefore they don't really come together. But that being said, like, what I'm trying to say is I don't think I've ever actually tried like having a drink or having like drinks and then programming. Could be fun. How about snacks? I don't really snack. I don't really like snacks. Like, I'm not really a snack person. I just eat meals, and sometimes I only have 2 meals a day. So I don't know. Like, I mean, I have my coffee at 3 o'clock. That's kind of like a snack, but it's just a coffee. I don't know. Yeah, just not really into snacks. Unless I'm like at a party, you know. But the point is, I'm not sitting at my desk eating snacks all day. Right. Okay, so we got that sorted out. So we should be able to go into the serialization thing and just do asset type to string. Ugh, this doesn't have string view, really? We should probably make it just work with string view. It probably does now if I update it. Maybe not, though. How do we give it custom stuff again? This will be in, like, scene serializer or something. Yeah. Does it need this? Is this how you do it? Let me just see if this works. Like, if I just do... See, the thing is, though... Technically speaking, to convert a string view into something YAML will be happy with, I don't think you can just do .data, because obviously a string view might not have a null terminator at the end. So you'd probably have to actually make an std string out of it, which kind of defeats the purpose. You'd probably have to do this, basically, right? And, I mean, in that case, we might as well have just had strings here. Or we might as well have made this return a const char pointer instead of a string view. So, I don't know. But I mean, in this case, obviously, we know that they are guaranteed to have a null terminator because we've made them const chars, which do have a null terminator. So I don't know. It's a bit confusing. All right. What's up, programmer Jeff? Okay, and you're not happy now for some reason. Oh, because we need to serialize this, but it has to be a handle. Sure. Well, then wouldn't this just be handle? This is like the legacy thing. Well, no, this is us serializing it, so we're not gonna have that anymore. Texture handle, we'll say. And then for the other flip part, if it does have this, this is like legacy. I don't know. So texture handle is easy because we just do Can we just do that? Or did we have to make it not be like that? Oh, what? Yeah, why is this not? This is an asset handle. Let's make it work with asset handles properly. I don't know why I didn't do that last time. Hopefully that will work. Long time lurker and admirer of your channel. Thank you for the support. Good to see you out of the shadows. Yeah, okay. So that actually is the handle. Right, so yeah, don't know about this. We'll think about it. And we should definitely put it somewhere else. Okay, cool. But yeah, hopefully we can serialize the asset registry now. I guess we should cover the deserialization as well. So if I just go to somewhere where I can steal code from, such as the project serializer, let's try and do something like this. So path. Parser exception. Why are you upset? File paths undefined. That's why. I guess this should return a boolean. And then we'll try and do this. Okay, and then I guess we just go through all of the nodes maybe that are in here. So everything inside. Let's just do root node. Everything inside the root node, which should just be like console.node or something. That should be, each one of these should be a map of that has handle, file path, and type. And from there we can, so we can get that as an asset handle. Can get that as a string. And we can get that as, I guess we'll get it as a, we could just try and get it as an asset. Oh, it's a string, sorry. Yeah, we could get that as a string and then put it into asset type from string, basically, to get that thing. And I guess we just do asset registry. Let's grab the handle. Metadata. Let's call it metadata. Metadata dot file path equals dot type equals. All right, cool. So yeah, no idea if this will work or not. I'm leaning towards not probably, but maybe it'll work. Who knows? All right, so yeah. Let's try and get compiling first because we have got a few issues. Okay. Use of undefined YAML something convert. Draw quad and overload function. Let's start from there. So render 2D draw sprite, and that takes in a sprite render component. Yeah, so we have to get the actual texture here. So this can actually just be asset manager get asset. We know it's going to be a texture 2D source texture. Now this thing not working. Yeah, overall, I don't know if this is necessarily a good design because we probably don't want the renderer 2D in this case. Well, actually, we don't really have a renderer 3D in Hazel 2D, but anyway, we don't want renderer 2D probably having anything to do with the asset manager. Like what I would say is that, because we're being a little lazy here, we're saying draw sprite and you take the sprite render component in, whereas usually I would submit a sprite already with an actual texture 2D, not with an asset handle. So that's kind of how how Hazel 3D does it. But yeah. All right. So yeah, so that basically is our texture 2D. And that's what we take in here, which fixes that. I usually like to have this here if I'm adding curly brackets to the other statement. Okay, so what's this? What's your problem? So this must be what? It's not happy with the string view. Oh no, it's not happy with this. Well, yeah, that's what I thought. So we could add a custom one for asset handle. Or we could just do UN64T and that would actually work. They're the same type. So I might just do that. All right, no operator for this. Okay, so this is us trying to get everything else to work. So this is if we're dragging in a texture. So at this point, we probably, if we're dragging in an actual texture, we probably just want to grab the handle from it, I would say. And like here, oh, so it's actually loading it, I guess. So if we grab a texture from here, it's gonna load it first and then assign it, is it? Or what's it doing? Create and then is loaded. Is that doesn't, we don't have any asset loading threads, do we here? Like what is that doing? Texture create, texture pass string. I don't even think that's valid anymore, is it? No. That shouldn't compile like the first one, right? Yeah, okay, it doesn't. Yeah, right. So this probably needs some like, we need to do something here. We need to talk about design probably in some form here, because like if we're in the content browser, is that already stuff that's in the asset registry? And if so, then the payload will probably be an asset handle. And us dragging it onto here is as simple as just like, because we're assuming it's a path here. And that's just because like, let's search for this so we can find the other area. So set drag drop payload and see, it's just the item path, because that's all we're dealing with here at the moment. Whereas like in reality, it's not quite right. So let's not do any of this for now, and then we'll think about it later, because it's not that straightforward. All right, yeah, this stuff's not gonna work anymore now. Yeah, because see, this is the other question. Like, obviously these icons are not like, they're not really asset manager resources. Which is okay. Like if we look at the texture importer, like, okay, so this does import texture 2D, but like we could, and why this does asset handle. Why does it even take an asset handle? And metadata, that's where it gets the file path from. Yeah, so like, you know, you could just make this const std string or std file path, you know, path, file system path. Yeah, and then really what's happening is we copy this here, right? We change this to just be path.string. We fix all the errors. That's it. And then all this does is like that. Because that doesn't even do anything with the handle. It's just handle. That might be needed for other texture importers, and we're gonna. The signature is gonna be the same, so we keep them. But anyway, my point is, like, once you've done that, I mean, because you're in the editor anyway, like, you can just change this to be, like, what was it? Texture importer, import texture 2D, right? Like that. And we need to include it. So where is that located? Hazel asset. So include Hazel asset texture importer. And we might have, like, an editor, like asset or resource manager in the future, but for now I don't think we will. And so that will just make it have an asset handle of 0 basically. But yeah, we can still obviously load images from disk like we used to, so that kind of doesn't change, which is cool. Alrighty. Alrighty. So let's keep building. Another example of the same thing. We can just change it to that. Oh, linking errors. Okay. Why is that a linking error? Did it just not compile? Yeah. Okay. From an oh, this is a problem now. What? No constructor could take as the source type. Ah. Why is this bad? Why is this not happy? Do we have to remove that? No. Asset pair asset type asset import function, which is ref asset. Oh, it's because we added an overload to it. Okay. Let's just have like a load. Let's just call it load texture 2D because it's not really importing it in a way. Because it's not doing it from an asset handle. Let's just call it load. All right. So I think this is now all in the sandbox project. Like, okay, so Hazel compiles now, the core library compiles. And everything else is kind of additional. So Hazel asset importer. Or is it texture importer? Yeah, whoops. So actually that doesn't compile. I don't know why it made it look like it compiles. Why does it say it's built? Isn't this in Hazel? Ah, it's in Hazelnut. Ah. I see. Example 8. This isn't even, this is very old code, but I'll make it work anyway. Oh, whoops. All right, good. We build. Yeah, we can try running, but I don't really know what will happen. Okay, so it's going to ask us what project we want to load. We can say face run, but it's going to crash. Why? Because get asset. Oh, because asset manager base returns null pointer. Okay, so we must not be loading the project correctly or something. Weird. Because basically the reason this is happening is because this asset manager is actually null. So how does this asset manager get created / loaded? Or does it just not at the moment? I guess it just doesn't at the moment. So I guess when we load a project, we do need to create an asset manager. And obviously it's going to depend on if we're in the editor or in the runtime or whatever. But at the moment, if it deserializes correctly, we can probably just say asset manager equals make shared editor asset manager. And that should be the end of it, right? Yes. I guess that. Okay, let's try again. Okay, cool. And now obviously textures is null. So let's stick a little assert here, or even a verify. Do we have verifies? We're about to. Just to make sure texture's a thing. So verifies are basically the same as asserts. They're just also in release mode. So annoying. This can actually get updated a little bit with C++ 20 because there's this new thing called VA opt, like VA optional, that lets you like exactly do this whole exact optional thing, but without this weirdo switching, which is really annoying and took me like a day to figure out. So we might switch to that, but we're not compiling with C++ 20 just yet anyway. We recently switched to that in Big Hazel. Right, so this is quite simple. It literally is just, hey, let's replace the word assert. Let me just make sure that's good. That does look good, as long as it's matched case, which is on, with the word verify. And the way this works, like enable asserts, is that just, at the moment, is that set by the build? Where is that set? Don't know. Inside base. Okay, so if hz debug define enable asserts, else it does this. I guess we could do like elif defined hz release. Wait, what's going on here? Why is this not defined elsewhere? This is definitely shouldn't be a debug thing. Who did this? hz debug break. Well, that should not be here because that's valid on all configurations. But anyway, let's just do yeah, enable sets, sure. In release though. Well actually that's not quite right, is it? I was gonna say enable verify, but that needs to be, I guess, in debug. Just basically not in dist. So how about I just do this? Yeah, this is weird. If and def hz dist define hz enable verify. Okay, so it's a little bit more of a powerful assert, I guess. It'll trigger in release mode as well. Thanks, programmer Jeff. See ya. Okay, so that's done. I guess we should test that out. Let's just build it. This will be like a rebuild of everything. Yeah. Okay, so that's a little verify failing there, which is good. Now, I guess I should probably test the serialization and deserialization of that asset registry. But before I do that, I kind of want to don't know if it's worth patching up. I guess not. Okay, so I mean, at the moment, right? Well, we could try clear all the textures. It's just none of the textures really exist anymore, obviously. So I think, okay, this is what we can do. Since we were kind of looking at that face run game, even though we're not really doing that anymore, if we go to, Where's Hazel 2D? Where is this stuff, by the way? Where did I put face run? Let me just run this quickly so I can get the directory. cdev Hazel 2D face run. Okay, that makes sense. So if we look at this directory, we can look at the actual scene, right? So which scene? Physics 2D? I guess it's Physics 2D, yeah. And we can look for the word texture. So it's texture path, right? So everything that has a texture path, which is just my face, actually, turns out, let's just get rid of that completely. And I think we should now be able to load the scene just fine. Okay, maybe not. So we're still trying to draw a quad, unless we're just loading the wrong scene. I don't know what the... What's the start scene? I'm guessing it's that one, though. It has to be, right? Yeah, Physics 2D. So it's still trying to render a sprite somehow. What is it trying to draw? Render scene, draw sprites. What are you trying to render, man? Entity ID 10, texture of course doesn't exist. It's got a random ID though, apparently. That's a bit sus. I think it's just because it's generating an ID. Yeah, it's really quite... Yeah, generate handle. So this really does need to explicitly be 0 though. I think that might be the reason. It's actually, I don't think it has one. It's just it thinks it has one because the asset handle wasn't 0. And I think what will happen is... Yeah, so render a 2D draw sprite and see if texture. So that's why. So it's actually fine. I think it was just not... It was confused, basically. Yeah, there you go. All right. So there's my face, in case you didn't recognize me. So that's not showing up because obviously... Well, we don't have that texture at the moment. Now, the content browser really is, in a way, becoming a file system browser at this point in time, right? Because this is just the file system. And so I think, like, I guess what we should do is we should be like, oh, look, here's the Cherno face. Let's be able to import this texture. And when it does, it's going to go from being in the content browser, right, to being in the asset manager, which is a different panel. So that you kind of have like a file system and you could obviously just drag a file in, I guess. But I guess content browser in a way is just your file system browser. And that's why it has absolutely everything in here, right? And it looks a bit bad now, but obviously you could clean that up with UI and just make it look nicer. But that's kind of, I guess that's the workflow. So what we need to do then to make this importing of asset, and it's very easy to do. So I'm thinking like, I don't know how much longer I want to keep streaming for, maybe like half an hour to an hour, but I think we should get something done, hopefully today, because it shouldn't be that difficult. So what I want to do is I'm actually going to come to the content browser panel. I'm just like full on going to duplicate that guy. Like Control-C, Control-V, and we're going to call it Asset Manager Panel, right? Let's just reload this. I'm not going to bother with pre-make. Actually, I can, because we've got pre-make as a build thing here. So if I run that, or that, it should regenerate, maybe. Does it not do that? I thought someone set that up. Yeah, awkward. All right, well, let's just include it. So let's rename this to Asset Manager. We really need a panel manager. But let's just do that. Now, at the moment, obviously, it's just file system path and it's got like directories and whatever, right? Not going to be the case here anymore. Well, actually, no, it's going to probably still have this, but it's going to be a bit different because they're not going to be real directories and we're definitely not going to use a directory iterator. In fact, I need to think about how, like this, I guess this is going to turn into just being like a tree. Because we still want to have like folders and stuff, right? But we don't necessarily want it to mimic the file system. Like we want to have our own folders and stuff, right? Is that really what we're doing? Like, do we really want to create like a completely virtual file system that doesn't exist on disk? Because usually I'm against that. Or do we want to keep the same thing as disk, but just not have everything imported, basically? Is that it? Like, would that be better? Because we could obviously do that. Yeah, I don't know. So this is the asset manager panel. Now. And sure, we can have that. Oh, I don't know what to do. Decisions. So what was my, let's just run this again quickly. This should work. So at the moment, Content Browser shows us stuff on disk, right? But in order for us to actually use it in the engine, we want to be able to basically import it, right? And when we import it, it's not going to have anything to do with on disk, the way it is on disk. Is that right? We'll just have like, I don't know. I really don't know what I want to do with that. I don't know, like, on the other hand, I guess I should think about it this way. Like, this is Hazel 2D, and I mean, Hazel in general is trying to be simple, and this is Hazel 2D, which is like the simple version of Hazel, the simple thing. So, like, does it really make sense to have this, like, this whole procedure for importing assets if maybe you could just use this existing kind of thing? But then for that to happen, it basically means that it has to go back to what Hazel currently does, I guess, which is auto import assets, meaning that like everything that you have inside your assets directory, which is this, everything you have inside this assets directory is automatically an asset. And if you add new files, they automatically get imported. Which I don't know if I like that. I guess the other scenario though, or the other thing that we could do, right, is we could just combine the two panels. Like this could be kind of like almost like Visual Studio, how it has like this show all files button. And so you can kind of view the whole content browser, which is what this is, but then you could press this button and then suddenly it's going to only show you what's included in your project and in a custom directory structure and with filters. Like, I mean, it works for Visual Studio. Would it work well for a game engine? Maybe. I don't know. Lots of thinking this live stream. Yeah, I mean, I guess we can do that. I just don't want it to be like, I don't know. To be honest, like, I kind of like it, but on the other hand, it just seems more confusing. Like, I feel like it's overcomplicating this. And like, obviously to make it work, you kind of need to, like, you'll have to, like, assets at the moment have no concept of, like, if we look at asset metadata, which is, where is that even? If we look at asset metadata, like, you know, they have a type and they have a file path, right? They'd also need to have kind of like a virtual file path now as well. They'd have to have like some kind of filter path or whatever. So then it's like, okay, so they have a path on disk, they have a path in your project that doesn't match the path on disk. You know, why doesn't it match the path on disk? Well, the other alternative would also be, so you still have the kind of asset manager versus like file system, right? And you import stuff from the file system into the asset manager, and what the asset manager shows is the same directory hierarchy that you have on disk, but only for things that are present inside the asset manager. So in other words, the file path always matches what's here, whereas this obviously shows you all of the files that you have, even ones that aren't necessarily imported. And then maybe like this guy's imported, so it'll show up here, and you'll just see this. Like, that's possible, so that way you can't actually make custom folders and filters here. If you basically do that, you're basically making real world folders on disk, which to me is better, I think. Like, I don't know if I like this idea of like bins or filters or whatever. I just feel like you should just keep it in sync with the directory structure that you have on disk, because in a way it's kind of like, yeah, I guess, to be honest, I think the other reason why I really don't like this is because, to me, like, importing an asset, like, if you have an asset, if you Control C and Control V, you copy an asset from somewhere on your computer into the assets directory for your game, like, outside of any engine, you just copy and paste the file on disk into that assets directory. Like, in a way, that's you importing the asset, right? And I guess if you click and drag something that is external completely, like, I don't know, maybe you have something on your desktop and you drag that into the editor, then maybe it can just do that copy for you. But again, my point here is that you're just looking at stuff on, like, inside that file system that's relative to your assets directory, because that is your assets. Like, those are all of your assets. Why would you have stuff in there that's not part of the game? Well, I mean, you might have like master files, like you might have a PSD, like Photoshop file that you want to keep there, that obviously shouldn't be imported into the game. So that's a thing. But again, you could just not import that, right? And then if the asset registry doesn't have any like clue that it exists, then it doesn't exist. Have two different folders, one for assets to be imported. Well, imported, yeah, I mean, like, I remember back on the mobile engine at EA, we had basically a folder called master, and then we had a folder called published, and we had different versions of the published folder. There was like published 2x, 4x, I think, for different like device resolutions, I think. But we had master and published was like the built assets that were like used by the runtime, and then master was like the unbuilt assets and also like stuff like Photoshop files and like actual like 3D model files, not the in-engine kind of 3D model format. So like we could do that. I mean, right now I am leaning towards just having this replicated directory structure, but it's just you don't import things unless you either drag them in. Fan of Cherno, thank you for the sub. 27 months, appreciate the support. Over 2 years, well done. yeah, I'm leaning towards just having this file system situation where you can see all the files here, sure, but then you can import them if you want. And if you import them, that basically adds them to the asset registry, gives them a handle if it's the first time, obviously. And then inside that asset manager view, which is probably just the same panel, but in a different mode, you just see assets that are imported, basically. And then if you just don't want that, like maybe you can just not put stuff into your assets directory that you're not intending to, that isn't even relevant to the game. But yeah, I mean, in a way, I guess it'd be nice because you could set up a filter so that maybe you have like a Photoshop file that you want to open and you could just open it. Like, even though it's not an asset, but you could just still see it, is my point. So it might be nice to have stuff in there that's not, like, you know, to have that mode that just shows all files, since that's there. Okay, well then we can probably get rid of the asset manager panel that we just created, right? So this stuff all remains the same, right? But I guess what's kind of new here in a way is the asset registry now needs to also know what is in each directory. Now, the best way to do this would probably be to have like a tree set up. And I mean, it doesn't like have to be a tree, but like having some kind of recursive data structure like that. So that, you know, you could just have your kind of asset manager root thing, then you have a directory, which is really just this, you know, a vector of files, and then that includes other directories potentially, and then you can just keep drilling down. Because the idea is, like, obviously if you're in the file system mode, it can just use a directory iterator, sure. But if you're not in the file system kind of, like, if you're in the asset manager mode, then you want it to be different. So let's do this. Let's do bool. Let's do. Let's just do this enum class mode. Asset file system, and then we can just do mode. Mode. Right. Just make it more clear with an enum instead of a boolean. And so we can just do like, it'll still be the same, I guess. So if mode is asset else. So now instead of going through the current directory iterator or whatever, current directory. So see, this still kind of echoes what's on disk, I guess, as long as it exists. And so I guess what we can do, and we'll have to make sure the toggling between the two works. I think like I mean, we kind of basically have to be like, all right, here's the current directory. Please give me everything that's in here. And see, this is now getting a little bit annoying because we have to obviously construct this data structure. I mean, the content browser panel could almost do that itself if it wanted to. Let's try this. I'll just write it here for now. Refresh asset tree. So let's basically go asset manager, or I guess editor, project. Oh my gosh. Get editor asset manager. Can we just get the asset registry? That's what we need, right? project's already here. Oh, actually, no. This doesn't have to be a tree. Let's not make it a tree, we'll just make it a hash map. Or even just a map. Let's make it a map. Is that what I want? Is it what I want? I don't know. What am I trying to do? So, because at the end of the day, I just need to make sure that I have yeah, but no, but the tree, the benefit with the tree is you can go up the tree, right? If I don't have a tree, then that's not good news. So if I had my little tree, then what would I do? I would just have I guess in a way it'd be a set of tree nodes, and then each one of them would be a path. Right. A set might just be a bit, well, no, on the other hand, sets are tree node, children, and I could also have a parent. But then that has to be a pointer. And then I could have a bunch of children. And then a path, right? And then what would I do? I just have my root node. Which could just be I guess this directory, right? Okay, so now this should be relative to my path anyway, right? Let's just give this a quick build. I just want to see what this is exactly. So base directory, right? So base directory, oh no, that's actually not. Okay, so it's actually just that. Oh, well, yeah, it has to be because it's a directory iterator, right? But these guys are actually going to be relative, I think. So is that even worth doing? Maybe root node should just be that. Probably should just be that. And then all these guys are going to be on top of that, so... How do I break this up into every component? Can I do that? Let me Google this. Ugh, it's so white. I guess begin and end, right? So if I try and iterate through it. Is that what you're saying? At the moment, that's going to be empty, though. That's the thing. So I really need to make that asset manager actually have something, which at the moment it doesn't. Okay, so supposing this loads it, which probably won't, because I kind of need to write this first. We could just make like a dummy one. Or we could just... I guess we can also just make it... We could just import assets. So the editor asset manager, can that guy import assets? Not really. I mean, get asset by handle imports it, meaning... Yeah, but we also... I guess we also need to be able to like almost add an asset, right? Or create an asset. But create an asset would be different than importing an existing asset, potentially. Okay, so let's just do this. Let's just do void import asset. And then we can just give it, I guess we can just give it a const std file system path, right? So this is the asset that we're importing. So that basically needs to, I guess it needs to do this. The difference though is it's not just loading it, it's actually creating a handle for it. And then see I guess you also need to create metadata for it. But we don't know what type it is yet. I guess grab this from extension and try load. So we need to set the handle. Okay, and what that means, I guess, is that in the content browser, if we right-click Is it this? Kind of forgot how to do context menus. Open pause begin function helpers, where the open action is triggered by hovering an item and right clicking. Help us to do open pop-up, begin pop-up. So open up when clicked on last item. Clicked on current window. Okay, so I think it is this. I don't even know if we have to do, I guess we do have to do the right click though, because this doesn't do that. Ah, is mouse release mouse button. Oh. So maybe we don't need that. Maybe we can just do this or something. What's the end one? Yeah, it's just end pop-up, isn't it? Okay, I need to... Let's just look at ImGUI demo and see how this is done. Yeah, menu item. Okay, so we'll do a menu item. We'll just do import, and then if that's pressed, we'll do project, get active, get editor, asset manager, import asset, file name, path. And yeah, it looks like this isn't hovered or anything. So let's just go back to, I guess, this. See if that works. Probably not. This is actually the load file not working. Okay, so the asset registry path doesn't quite exist, which is to be expected. I guess we should go and make it exist. Okay, it's empty, but it probably shouldn't crash. Alright. Now, so can we... Oh, we lost everything here. Oh, that's because the mode is set to let's set the mode to not asset for now. Okay, so if we go somewhere, we can right click and hit import. Okay, so it should now be inside the asset registry, I guess, right? And I guess what we could do is when we hit import, at the end of that, assuming it worked, we can serialize the asset registry. So let's see if we hit that. We do, and let's see if that works. Oh, it didn't crash. Looks like we did write something. We wrote the word asset registry in. Damn it. Why? Oh, well, we didn't actually add it to the asset registry. That's a bit of a stupid move. So we need to do handle equals metadata, right? Yeah, so that didn't work because we didn't really write that correctly. Probably, no, I should have made the file. I should have just cleared it. Okay, maybe this will work. Yep. Okay, that's the other thing. Now we want this to be relative to the assets directory, I guess, right? So what that means is that when we deal with this file path, I guess when we deal with any file path, like this should be relative to the asset directory already, I think, right? So we should probably do std file system relative. And then we have path and base. So path is path and base is project. Did my stream just crash? Possibly. No? Reconnecting. Lol. Yep, stream crashed. Oh well, recording's still here for those of you watching on YouTube. So I'll keep going. Alright, so what is it? Get asset directory, right? So we have the relative path. And then the other thing that probably should happen is when we actually write it with this file path, like what we could do is basically just make sure that let's like get the string file path string, and then we could make sure that we replace all of does that go first or not? Basically, I'm just trying to replace backslashes with forward slashes just so that we have a way to have that, like, be portable and consistent, right? So with backslashes, we're replacing with forward slashes, and yeah. What's up, guys? Looks like we're back. For the recording it, nothing. I kept going because obviously the YouTube recording didn't stop. Alright, so I don't know what happened there, though. That was a bit random. Okay, so we're just making it relative now. So let's go back to here and remove this guy, and let's see if that worked. Generic string. Oh, cool. I'll try that out in a minute. Nice. Alright, so null pointer. So I guess that didn't quite work. Texture space. Oh, right. But obviously import asset. So here's the thing. When we do import asset with the metadata, since we expect metadata to be like already have that, of course it's going to return null. Because basically what has to happen is the file path inside metadata, since that is relative to the asset directory, when we actually get to us importing something, see, this is where it gets a bit annoying. Low texture 2D, like basically this needs to take a file on disk, and this needs to take it takes in a metadata file path. So therefore, I guess what we do is we get the asset directory, and then relative to that we kind of find the file path, right? So it's a bit different than you might expect. Okay, but then this doesn't, which can be a bit confusing. So like okay. So that's a bit better. All right, let's try that again, and then I'll try the whole generic string thing. Let's go, boys. The heck. Well, I don't have any backslashes, so that kind of worked. So I must have had a lot of backslashes there. That doesn't even make sense though. I think something went wrong in my conversion. That's funny though. What could I have done here? Okay, well anyway, let's just try a generic string. I don't know what I could have done to cause that. Because what, it was just a bunch of backslashes, not even like dot dots. I don't know, weird. Okay, well that worked. So it must have been my replace function. Maybe I got some parameters in the wrong way around. Okay, cool. So you can see we now have a nice file path here, and if we go into the content browser panel, refresh asset tree, which I guess happens here. If I now open this, I guess because it should load it, right? Doug Tensor, thank you for the Prime sub, 10 months. Appreciate the support. Subbing because of the... well, actually, you got that wrong. There were forward slashes, not backslashes. Are you going to encode like the wrap type filtering, etc. into the registry? Not into the registry. That'll be a separate texture metadata file or something. Alright. Okay, of course that doesn't work. So that's us trying to read the asset registry and we just cannot, which is wonderful. But I'm guessing the root node worked and the format does seem correct, so I don't know why. I might have to look at some Hazel code to see how that's actually done. Well, yeah, see, it's not a... It's because there's no dot. There's no, it's not an array. We need to kind of make this an array. How on earth do we do that in Hazel? I think it is begin sequence. It has to be begin sequence. And then how do we... Begin sequence, end sequence, and then block. Yeah, so it's gotta be like... It's gotta be like a sequence of maps, right? Is that right? Let's try. Yeah, begin sequence. Well, I think it's begin sequence. I think it's flow is just a different type of sequence. That's why I was confused, because there's also flow, but you can do begin sequence. Yeah, there we go. Right, so that's that. Okay, good. So now if I relaunch this, this should hopefully read it. Yeah, okay, we didn't crash, which is good. And if we look at this, yeah, so there we go. We've got textures and Cherno face. So we get that kind of split by the / delimiter, basically. And that's happening over here by just iterating through the file path, which I didn't know you could do. So I'm learning quite a lot today. Learned about generic path. I think I have heard of generic path before though. Rings a bell, but this I didn't know, which is that you can iterate through a path and it will kind of just give you each element of each kind of directory, which is pretty cool. So I guess we kind of want to, as we iterate through each path, we want to make sure that we actually have nodes that exist. So this is so annoying though, because like what we're gonna have, like, I'm gonna have to set up a proper tree for this, not this. This is garbage, which is really annoying. Like, we're gonna have to probably have like a vector of tree node, like watch. What's in here? Path. Be a vector. We could just have a vector. I guess they're not gonna keep. They probably will though. We could just have a vector of tree nodes. And then we're gonna have a parent here, and might be safer, I think. And then maybe I guess we'd have a set of children. Sure. Set of a vector, doesn't really matter, right? So we don't need root node anymore. Instead, we just do tree node push back that. Can we do that? Should be able to. I guess that's a double issue. To do that. All right. Actually, no. It might make more sense to do this. Right. So we kind of want to see if we can find Thank you, MJR Legends, for the Prime sub. 3 months. Appreciate the support. Have you looked at halt reloading for CPP? It's not worth additional bugs. Runtime calls away it. I just don't care for it because we use C# for scripting anyway. And like, I don't, like, honestly, like, I'm not testing my code every 5 seconds anyway. And if I'm working on a game, which kind of, you know, requires a lot of tweaking and stuff, it's in C# and we do have halt reloading for that. So I don't know. Like, yes, like, technically, I guess it would be useful if I'm working on ImGUI UI stuff, because then I could do the tweaking stuff more or less live. But, like, that doesn't make up the bulk of my work anyway. So I don't know. I just don't really see the effort kind of in putting that in and then maintaining it and then whatever. So I haven't really looked into it and bothered much with it because it hasn't bothered me too much. All right, so how would this work? I guess, like, but you'd almost want to, like, recursively build a stack out of this, right? So we've got our metadata file path. And so what would we want to do? I guess we could start at the root node, which is going to be tree node 0, which that definitely exists. And then if I guess we gotta do generic string just in case. Oh man, no, that's annoying actually. Cause this is, that's, yeah, that's annoying. I mean, I guess we could just not have it be a flat list. Yeah. So that would look like this. We'd basically have, but then we can't. No, we have to do that to some degree, right? And would that path be including, or would that be the complete path or just the, I guess it wouldn't be just the thing, right? Yeah, that's a bit annoying. Because at the moment, like this is really annoying, because at the moment I have to go through every child. Oh, what's up, Peter? We have to go through like every child. And then check its path, which is a bit annoying. Like that kind of should be probably be a set, but then if that's a set, then like we need to access metadata about it. So it could be like, yeah, I could do that as well though. So I could make this a map of path to node, right? That's like a node ID. And that means that I could still do my children find p dot generic string. So if we find it, then a root node or current node, maybe current node. We can reassign that to. I should probably try and do this to it second, and that's our tree nodes. Right. Otherwise, we need to add it. But if we're adding it, then who cares if we find it or not, right? Because we're going to add it if we don't, so we might as well just add it. But I guess we need to know if we're adding it or not so that we can set the parent. Sure, I'll just do this. It doesn't really matter. This should be at. Wait. No. Oh, yeah, that's a vector. My bad. Right? Yeah, that's a vector. I'm getting confused. I'm getting tired. Okay, so let's do, we'll add it now. So we can do, to the current node, we'll add, p. And then it has to be, tree node new node. We'll have to do this at the very end. P, right? New node parent equals, I guess, current node, but we need to know the index of the current node as well. A little bit annoying. Children nothing, and then we can do nodes, tree nodes, push back, new node. Or alternatively, whatever. I'll just do that. And then tree nodes dot size -1. And p, right? That what I want? Generic string. No. That should be good. Wait. What am I doing here? Oh, I'm trying to create one of these guys for it. Yeah, so that's a children thing. Okay. All right. What a mess. So, and then we have to change current node index though to one of these two, basically. So it's either gonna be that. Guess we could try that. Yeah, you're right. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't really have a current node, to be honest. I kind of wanted to avoid that. That's the whole point of having current node index instead. That whenever you need current node, you just access the index. It's the same thing, really. So let's get rid of this. But I need to do that, yeah, before I change the current node index, I guess, right? So this is tree nodes current node index. So I think this is what I want, and we'll get rid of current node entirely. So sure. Okay, well that seems to have worked. Yep, that seems to have worked. Alright, cool. We could try a more complex example, but we'll get there. Naturally. I like this. Alright, so now we've got that in the asset registry, I guess we could look at where we are in the current directory, right? So that'll be useful for double clicking, because we can just get in there or whatever if we need to. But even though at the moment it's based on current directory, which it doesn't have to be, it can be based on a true node index or something, which would make it technically faster. But whatever. So item.cstring. What's this directory entry thing? Oh, that's a directory iterator. So what the heck type is this? File system directory entry. Well, I mean, I think we can do file system is directory or something. Relative. This we can just get rid of, I think. How about we just do is directory up here. Item. Alright, so a little flip there, so we can actually switch between the two, and I don't know if this will work. And what's up, Del Finlay? Sorry for the current question. I can get LFS2 to work well in medium to large projects. 25 running all right now. Should I just switch to Perforce? You probably should switch to Perforce. I don't know, like Git is just not great at large files, even with LFS. Like, it's a bit annoying to set up. It performs decently with LFS now, but it's annoying. Like, of course, Perforce is going to be a better time, most likely. So like, I don't know. I haven't we just try not to have large files in Hazel, like even with LFS, because we have to obviously pay for LFS, and obviously with like the amount of people using Hazel, like we have like 500 I think ish people who have access to like Hazel, the big version of Hazel. So like obviously the bandwidth costs kind of add up, so we just try not to do that. And if we have like large binaries that we need, we host them just elsewhere, just on private servers, and then have scripts to pull them down. Because I don't know, we don't really care about, well, I mean, it's a bit different I guess for us, because we don't really care about versioning particularly. It's not like we have to support like long, you know, LTS kind of releases, and then we need to keep track of different versions of binaries. We just usually are like, this is what we use at the moment, and that's that. Maybe we can have different versions for different branches if we really need to, but we usually have just one stable to release and development branch, and that's kind of it. So yeah, I don't know. I'm probably not the best person to ask, but I can feel your pain. I sympathize with you. Now, okay, so we didn't find this guy. Did I do refresh at the right time? Oh, well, yeah, that's because this is completely wrong. Yeah, no worries, you're welcome. So, yeah, it's because we obviously don't have, like, the C drive here. So, we can, just, because we'll need a slash though, which doesn't really quite exist. Oh, it's annoying though, isn't it? No, I don't want that as a string. No worries, Faith Gamer. Glad I could help. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is the best idea. Because I don't think that's going to exist. Well, it's getting late. Should probably stop this soon. Why is it still... Oh. Yeah, it's just a dot. I guess I should probably just change this to be a dot. I don't know if that's generic enough, but... How does that not work? Oh, wait. It's looking for children of that name, but... Why am I even doing this? This is annoying because this is like the weird case where we have to convert from a file path into a thing. I guess that's okay. It's not that weird. But yeah, so if we start kind of at the bottom here, it's only really if there are children to go through that we need to go through this. So yeah, we're not going to find that, which means I guess in a way we break. But also in this case it's okay because like the current directory is actually equal to this node in its entirety because there's only one layer. So I feel like it should be more or less this. But I don't know, on the other hand, do we need to check this? Because that's a bit weird as well, because you could have directories called the same thing, in which case that wouldn't really make sense. Oh, but that's the entire path though. Oh yeah, P, but if you do current directory, then this is kind of the like if only one level path. And then it just ends up being that. Otherwise, we look for the child. We try and get the child. And then when are we gonna stop? When this stops, or we can't find the path. Oh, this might work. But why is that not a directory? That's a directory, isn't it? Oh, well, actually, it doesn't know that it's a directory because it's not relative anymore. So when we do the is directory, okay, I think I know what's up. So when we do the is directory, we just need to make sure that we kind of actually use the real path. So yeah, this is a bit annoying. I don't think I want to do this. This is becoming more complicated than I first thought it would be. Okay, so there you go. So you can see that like we've only imported this one thing, which is Cherno face. So if I switch to the asset view, we've got the textures folder, and we don't have anything else because nothing else is imported. And then inside the textures folder, there we go. We got Cherno face. And I can switch between file and asset. You can see we stay in the same directory, and it hides checkerboard and Cherno logo because they're not imported. I just have Cherno face. And if I go back, you know, if I'm in file view, I see everything like the scenes directory and scripts and textures and everything. But if I go back to asset view, I just see textures and Cherno face because that's the only thing that's present in the registry. So there you go. Now if I go somewhere else, like scripts, and then I do this, it's going to assert. And I guess it'll just display, yeah, the root path, which is just textures. So that's fine. I've just got an assert here, so it's not going to stop asserting. But yeah, so that's that. We see we have the same functionality, which is cool. Obviously it looks weird, but that's just the styling. Okay, and then if we import something else, like let's import the Cherno logo. I don't think that's going to import straight away because we just don't refresh that tree. So if we go back though to asset view now, you can see we have both of them. So that is the, I guess, working asset manager that looks terrible. Like, as in this whole tree situation just needs to be refined because it's very like, I just wrote it kind of in line. But yeah. All right, I'm gonna wrap it up there because I'm pretty tired and I want to go sleep. What do I usually? Yeah, whatever. All right. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed this episode of the Game Engine series. Those of you watching on YouTube, don't forget to hit the like button. And I stream on twitch.tv/Cherno. So keep up there, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Cherno. Welcome back to the Game Engine series. Last time we were like making trees and dealing with like the new asset manager system. That's kind of the whole series of episodes that's being created these days. Today we're going to continue on with that, and I think we should be able to put my face back. Is the official technical term for it, because in our kind of face run demo project, we used to have my face here. My face is now gone because we've switched to the new kind of asset system, and so this isn't a texture path anymore inside the sprite renderer. It's now an actual asset handle. We also covered last time, just as a quick recap, we also covered creating this asset registry and actually serializing it to disk. I actually don't know if that was in the last episode or the episode before that, but that's definitely something that we did. So we've got that working, which is great because we now have the ability, obviously, to actually store like these two textures, for example, as assets. And you can see they have handles, which is why over here in our content browser, if we switch to the asset view, it actually, shows up here. And this is kind of just a little toggle we made to switch between asset and file view, where file view just shows you everything on your file system. Whereas if I switch to asset, it only shows me things that are actually inside that asset registry because they've been imported. And you can see I can right click and hit import on certain things. So if I wanted to also have like that checkerboard thing, I could just right click import. And then you can see, I don't know if I have to refresh it or not. Yeah, I guess I do. But actually, that's a good point. Did it, because I don't think I'm calling refresh, but you can see it did add it. The checkerboard has been imported as an actual asset into the asset registry, and that has been serialized to disk. But it just hasn't shown up because I guess we could probably fix that now. Yeah, let's actually go through that path again. So we'll get rid of the checkerboard from the asset registry. So it's gone now. Basically, we've unimported the asset. We've removed the asset. And then this refresh asset tree needs to happen after we hit import, basically. So we hit import, it's going to import the asset. That's going to basically be done immediately and all serialized. And so then we can just refresh the asset tree, is what I'm kind of assuming we do. We probably should also add like a refresh button or something like that, but we could have it happen automatically as well, but yeah, there's a few different ways to do it. Okay, so now if I'm in asset view, you can see I don't have that checkerboard. I can switch to file view, right click import, and then if I go back to asset view, I still don't have it, so that's a bit annoying. Why not? Because that would have imported it, right? What does that even do? That looks at the asset registry, so that's a bit weird. Because it should have it there, which means that. Oh, I didn't do it here. What? Where did I do it, man? Oh. Okay, that's not even a... Why does this even have an import? They should have like a delete or something. And then it should do something else. Let's just put a little not implemented in here for now. But we should, this should just be like a way to remove the asset. Because this is actually in the asset view. So obviously we can't import it. It's already imported. So what I meant to do was do it here. It's just I copied and pasted that code, which... we also need to take a look at because it's going to be different. But yeah, now we're going to hopefully see it work. Okay, well, I've already got it here, and that's just because... do I keep closing that asset registry? That's just because we have it in the asset registry. So let's remove the checkerboard again. Okay, so textures, yeah, so if I go back to asset, you can see it's not here because I haven't imported it. Back to this, right click on checkerboard, import, and then you can see I've got it here now, and you saw it in the background get added to the asset registry. Cool. All right, now I don't actually want the checkerboard though for now, so let's not import it. Okay, so that's basically working. That's kind of where we wrapped it up a couple of weeks ago, I think, when we had the last episode. Today, what I would really like to do is put my face back, as I mentioned. And I'm pretty sure that, we've already kind of got this working, right? So, where's our, script or sprite render component? Here it is. Yeah, so we actually do have that asset handle texture as an actual texture, we've converted the texture to be an asset handle instead of like a ref texture or a path or anything like that. So let's go to I guess we can take a look at the UI. So the scene, what's it called? The prop, I guess that's part of the scene hierarchy panel, right? Yep. So if we look at the sprite render component down here, yeah, okay, so we've disabled the drag drop target, which used to take in this kind of texture thing, and now what it's going to hopefully accept is going to be an asset. So content browser item is probably almost always going to contain an asset, I guess, right? I like how chat, by the way, fell deadly silent as soon as I said I was recording. That's funny. So, content, yeah, so this is basically always going to contain, this is basically always going to contain, an asset handle, right? So like we used to just have this payload data be a wide string of wide characters, or an array of wide characters. Now it's going to be probably just an asset handle, right? So I can just basically cast this to an asset handle, have an asset handle here be, you know, just the handle. And then I could try and obviously assign the texture there. But the thing is, like, we know that the input for this anyway in the first place is kind of, like we used to be like component.texture is that, but now it's really just component.texture equals handle, because it's not like, you know, the component now contains a handle, not an actual ref texture 2D. So we can just remove that. Of course, we could do some validation to make sure it's a valid handle. It obviously should be, just because we are trying to drag it on. But I guess you need to just you probably need to just consider the, like, what else could happen, right? Like, what are my possible inputs here? And one of them is, for example, that someone could drag not a texture there. So if anything we drag from the content browser item obviously is an asset handle, which, by the way, I don't know if we can, we'll see if we can just, this is a void pointer. So technically we don't need to probably have a buffer allocated for anything. We could just, because a void pointer happens to be 8 bytes. This would be a little bit dangerous to do, by the way, if you had both a 32-bit and a 64-bit build, because the size of points changes, but we should be safe, I think, for a 64-bit build, because an asset handle is also 64 bits. So we can kind of, like, we can actually store that in the, like, pointer memory. But anyway, yeah, so my point is we probably need to validate this a little bit and be like, well, you know, so, like, is it even the right type? So of course we could do something like, asset manager is asset do we not have the asset manager here? Is asset handle valid, or something like that. Is that even a thing? Why is this being so weird? Oh, we have nothing in here. That's why. So, asset manager base. We haven't exposed anything really. So, is asset handle valid? I want to actually add something else as well. That's going to be asset type. Get asset type. And this will just be a little short, easy way for us to, you know, get the asset type from a handle. Because that way we could just validate it, make sure it's the right type, basically. So let's add this to the editor asset manager. I don't even know how we're going to do that, but we'll see. So I guess it doesn't even need to be loaded. Like, this probably won't trigger a load. We can just ask, I guess, the asset registry for it, actually. That's a good idea. So the asset registry, which... what is that? Map of asset handle to metadata which contains the type. So, I mean, I guess we could do a. So is asset handle valid? Just check to see if it's in there. So if that's false, return asset type none. Otherwise, return asset registry at handle dot type. Yeah, and now I want to add some of these things here. So you can see this is basically supposed to be just a static kind of wrapper, I guess, to everything, to like our actual implementation, because you know, instead of us having to be like, because the current kind of, I guess, workflow or the current API to actually call that function would be project get active get asset manager, you know, get asset type handle, right? That's obviously really annoying. I would like it to just be asset manager get asset type and have it do the work of figuring out what type of asset manager it is, stuff like that, stuff like this. So that's why this kind of class exists. It's just supposed to make it a little bit easier API wise. That's all. Just there to simplify the code. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to asset manager base. We're going to grab these three and just implement them. Now, also, I will say though, there will be specific things that are only in editor asset manager. Like the whole concept of an asset registry doesn't actually exist in the runtime asset manager. So this, obviously, this static asset manager class, this will only contain things that are common to both asset managers, both the runtime and the editor. Stuff that is editor only or runtime only, you will have to go through this kind of method. And in fact, you'll have to even call either get runtime or get editor asset manager to get that kind of cast into the right type. And so in that case, obviously you need to make sure that if you do use these, you are actually in code that is only in the runtime or only in the editor. Otherwise that will most likely crash. All right, if we paste these in, let's make them static. This will, of course, const doesn't apply either. And then we'll just redirect it to this stuff, basically. Right, easy. Yeah, and that's great because then we can just do that. So if asset manager get asset type equals, let's just say texture 2D, that's the only type we accept here anyway at the moment. What's going on? Then we can do this, right? Otherwise, like we probably want to handle this. So I guess wrong asset type or something, I don't know, but we probably want to handle that. I won't assert because it's not really an error, but we probably want to tell the user that. Okay, yeah, that I believe should be it. Like, I think that should be enough to get my face back, I think. Which is pretty cool. Can't wait to get my face back. Oh, no. Asset 1 handle. No, actually, it's not enough because I didn't actually do the other half of this, unfortunately. So, if we go back to Content Browser Panel. How did I lose my face? By introducing the concept of assets. Because it used to just be file paths and now it's asset handles and my face was not an asset. So I'm migrating it over to the new system. Now, okay, so import, yeah, so content browser item, you can see it was like basically this C string situation. And I think this copies the payload, right? See, that's the other problem, right? If this tries, yeah. So see, it's actually gonna try and do a mem copy. Oh, but only if if data size is greater than this. Local buffer for small payloads. Right. I mean, it is a small payload. It's only 8 bytes. But still, well, actually, I mean, no, I guess, okay, well, okay, no, we can make this work still. It's going to be a bit different than what I wrote there, though. But this is what we could do. So obviously not item path anymore. Instead, okay, so this is the directory iterator. So this is not, you can't drag stuff here at all. So this is actually gone. Let's cut that because I think we're going to probably want to, where was that push style color? Not here. Okay, good. We're probably going to want to do it here. So let's do it after here, I think is where it was there. Now, this is obviously going to be, what is this exactly? It's a file system path item. But how do we get, wait, what? Ugh. Why did I do this? But what about... Oh, man. Like, it's okay. It's not a big deal, but I shouldn't have done that. Because we obviously need the asset handle. That's okay, though. So for tree node, I'm just going to add in asset handle. As a thing here, right? And I might just... do this as well. That'll give us an error, and that will just force us to also grab the handle and shove it in there, which really just means that so what was this other? Yeah, so item now contains what exactly? Item is just, but why? Oh, because children is specifically this. Okay. Right. I mean, this was a bit weird, this whole tree situation, I think. But we have a node here. This is just iterating through its children, because I guess we want to display all of them here. But the problem is that we need to... I guess it's okay. It's just a bit annoying because we have to look it up. Ugh. Yeah. It's okay, though. It's not a big deal. We'll just do... We'll just have to look up the handle, unfortunately. So that just means... but actually... Tree node index. Yeah. Okay. So I think we should be able to just do m tree nodes at tree node index. And then we can do dot handle. I think that's how we get the asset handle. Content browser item. Okay, and then we're going to actually give it, because this wants a void pointer. I was going to just have it accept handle as is, because that also happens to be the right size. However, because if we look at how this actually works, it's like IMGUI's code is going to basically, it's going to do a mem copy and it's going to try and read from, you know, from this data as a memory address. So if we put an asset handle there, that's going to crash. So we can't do that, basically. What we can do, though, is, especially because the reason why I didn't want to do this, or one of the reasons why I wanted to kind of just store the asset handle in these bytes that make up the data pointer, was to avoid any kind of heap allocation, because it's just such a minor thing. But luckily they have a little case here where if the size of the data, which you pass in here, right, is greater than, well, if it's less, I guess, than 16 bytes, right, then it's going to go into this block and it's going to store it locally. So it's still going to do a mem copy from this data pointer, but it's going to do it into just a local buffer, or, well, not literally a local buffer, but like a pre-allocated buffer that looks like it's just on the stack, or, well, kind of won't be probably, but anyway, the point is it's not going to allocate any memory, which is nice. So that's great, and that'll happen automatically. All we have to do is just pass in the memory address of handle, because that's where it's going to copy from. So that obviously is the actual address of it, and you know, size of asset handle, or size of handle, either way. Okay, then that's kind of done. So now, and that happens obviously in this line of code, so if this goes out of scope, that's fine. It's now being stored in that kind of local storage. And that means that when we accept it, we now also have to change this code a little bit, because we can't just cast the pointer to an asset handle. We need to look at the value inside the pointer and cast that to an asset handle. So I guess the way I'll do that is I'll just cast the void pointer to an asset handle pointer and then dereference it. And that'll give us the asset handle. So hopefully that makes sense. I mean, you can't really dereference a void pointer anyway. How else would I do it? I don't really know if there is another way to do that, really. Yeah, it's probably not. Because, yeah, I guess this is the way. This is the way, Mandalorian. Let's try that. I think I might be able to get my face back. What do you guys think? Do you guys think I'll get my face back? Okay, so this is what that doesn't really have an asset handle. Directories don't have asset handles. Hopefully my tree node changes won't crash. Doesn't look like it's crashing, which is good. Okay, so Vegalops has got his fingers crossed. It's good. Let's go into my face, and then I guess into here we're going to try and drag Cherno face. Okay, I dragged it into the scene. I accidentally let go, as you can see if I pause it. You can see the square, which is supposed to have the tooltip or whatever, but that's where I let go, just because I got a bit too excited. So if we go through the call stack, it actually reminds me of this, because it thinks that path is in fact, where are we doing the drag drop? Here, right? Wait, no, here. So you can see it's trying to decipher that as a path. So we need to basically just do a Control-Shift-F for this, right? And just see all the different areas this is used in, and make sure, like we've done the scene hierarchy panel 1, the content browser is the source, so there is just this area as well that's obviously going to try and decipher it as that. So it can't do that. We need to now kind of open scenes as a handle, right? Like as an open scene, but with a handle. And I don't think we really made scenes. I mean, we did introduce scenes as an asset type here, but I don't know if they're properly handled yet. So hz core assert false, and then we'll obviously not do this, and then whoops, and then if we wanted to, man, I don't really need that. If we wanted to, which we do, we would also just grab this, because that's important, so that we get the handle. Okay, so yeah, we'll do that probably later. Now let's see if I get my face back. Looking forward to getting my face back. It's hard being faceless. Alright. Textures, Cherno face. So now if I let go here, I'll just get an assert. I won't let go. And then if we try and drag this into here, I got my face back! I don't know why I'm excited, but I am. That looks like it's nearest filtering. But sure. The face is back, everyone. Cool. Face back. That's funny. Okay, excellent. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't display anything here, which is very annoying. Actually, I hate all of this in general. Like, we really should spend some time making this better. Maybe you guys can settle something for me that I'm not sure how to handle, because I've run into this problem when working on other projects, and like the ray tracing series, for example, as well. Like, what tends to happen is, like, in my mind at least, I feel like people are mostly interested in, I guess I would say, back-end stuff, right? Like, you obviously want to make sure these systems work, and game engine systems are like, you know, like the asset manager and like physics and like rendering and all that stuff. But then obviously to build like a nice game engine, like you also need to spend some time on UI. You know, like we need to spend some time making this property grid look nice. In the ray tracing series, we need to spend some time making like just adding more control so that we can add and remove like objects and change materials better and serialize scenes and stuff like that, right? But I guess my point is, like, how interesting is IamGUI stuff to you guys? Like, do you like to see in detail how I do everything with IamGUI? I mean, obviously for the game engine series, I'm going to show everything regardless. But I guess my point is I'm almost hesitant to do that, because I'm like, people probably want me to get on with the asset manager rather than spend time fiddling with UI. But the thing is, they do still need to be done. And I guess with the ray tracing series, what I might do is I might just do it. I don't want to do it offline, because I feel like that will be interesting to at least someone. But I also don't want to do it as part of the ray tracing series. So it might just be like a Cherno Unplugged episode, you know? And then in the ray tracing serials, I'll be like, we made all these changes, and if you want to go watch them on Cherno Unplugged. Because Cherno Unplugged is supposed to be chill, long-form content. So that's it. Yeah, so, okay, cool. Well, I'm glad some of you like it. Because yeah, like what I would like to do is obviously like the property grid in Hazel looks very different. Actually, if I just go to docs.hazelengine.com, maybe I can show you guys without actually opening Hazel. Big Hazel. If we just look at docs.hazel.com, I think maybe in the first game in Hazel guide there should be some. Right, Tim put this together. Yeah, so you can see kind of what, I mean, we don't have a sprite render component, but you can see what it looks like, right? We have the component here, we have like a nice icon, we have a misaligned, vertically not centered cog, turns out. And then we have like a nice property grid basically where we have the labels on the left and they're always the same. They take up 50%, I guess, of this area. And then we have the controls kind of on the right, and same with like the transform component, and same with every single component. I mean, this isn't a component, but, and we use this property grid, you can see everywhere. Like, this is an audio component. That was actually just a sound config file properties. Yeah. So, like, that's something I'd like to do as well. I mean, Hazel's UI, like, as in Big Hazel's UI, is actually quite complicated. Like, there's a lot of code that goes into it. That's why it looks so nice. So, like, I don't know how far we'll get in a reasonable amount of time. Not to mention, I didn't do all of it. Like, Jay did quite a fair bit. He's our audio guy. But yeah, like, obviously, like, the intention would be to make Little Hazel. Just rename Hazel 2D to Little Hazel. Why not have just, like, Little Hazel, Big Hazel? That's kind of cool. But, yeah. The intention would be to get Little Hazel to look more like Big Hazel, and I guess they will look the same in the future. Like, they'll eventually converge on Big Hazel, I guess. I don't know. Little Hazel, yeah, exactly, just LIL. Alright. Anyway. Cool. So, what now? I guess we should get scenes to work with the asset manager, right? So we've obviously got my face back. Now, if I hit Control S to save that, let's see if I can restart and still have my face. Yep. Okay. Good. My face stays. It's very, very good. Very good news. Oh, I'd love to do. I still haven't done that for. I still haven't finished that for Big Hazel. But thumbnails. I really would like to do thumbnails. Which actually would be much easier for Hazel 2D because you don't have to render 3D models and materials and stuff. Even though I already actually did that in Big Hazel, I haven't built a good thumbnail cache yet. But that's another feature. But I guess we should, yeah, not get distracted and think about more asset stuff. But like the reality is you can see that's kind of it. You know, like, we introduced the asset manager and the whole asset system in order to what? In order to be able to import assets like textures, which we have clearly done, right? If we're in asset view, you can see stuff that has been imported. And also, you know, to be able to refer to assets by their handles, which we have also done. What I don't like is obviously this just still awkwardly says texture. So we'll probably end up changing that in a minute just because that's weird. But other than that, like, that's really all there is to it. You just expand that system so that you have more asset types. And then so that everything that uses assets, like, which really at the moment is just textures. We have textures and then we have, I mean, we can have fonts potentially, but also we have textures and then we have scenes as well, which need to be done. like, yeah, that's kind of all there is to it. So let's fix that UI quickly, and then we'll get scenes to work with asset handles. So to fix the UI scene hierarchy panel, I mean, I think what I'll just do is I'll just add a, we'll do ImGUI same line after we do the drag drop for the button. And then we'll do ImGUI text texture. We'll change this button to basically be, this is like the texture button, right? Which will probably say none. I hope this is gonna, because if we change the ID, I don't know if it's gonna, I think there's a way to set an ID that's independent. From the like text that appears there, because I want to change this text basically, and I'm worried that if I do that, it won't disrupt it actually. So we'll have it either be none, but it's obviously possible that it has something. So basically, it's going to be like this: if component.texture doesn't equal 0 or equals 0, let's just do this, right? std string label equals none. So it's going to be none, right? If component.texture, let's just say, well, whatever, let's just say asset. Nah, I kind of want 3 states, actually. I want 3 states. I want none. I want, if it doesn't equal 0, but then I also want to basically check to see if it's valid. So if asset manager is asset handle valid, if it's valid, then I'm going to get asset. So actually, but the problem is this actually triggers a load. But the reason why is because I kind of wanted to get the name of the texture, but I guess that'll be okay. So if we get this as a texture 2D, well, I guess we could check to see if it's valid and that it's the right type. I mean, it really should be, but I guess we can be extra safe. Else, I actually want to set the label to be invalid. So this is weird. If you get this, that means that basically you've probably deleted the asset on disk without, yeah. And none just means it doesn't have a texture. And so yeah, so we'll get the texture 2D. Well, actually, no, sorry, hold your horses. We just need to get the metadata. So project get assets, get editor asset manager, and then we can do get metadata. So this won't trigger a load, so that's good because it'll be in the metadata. So metadata dot, really, error type? Why? Why is this an error type? This returns asset metadata. That's weird. Okay, whatever. Metadata dot file path, right? So what we'll do is that's a file path. We'll grab the, I guess, what is it? The stem. I guess we can just get the file name actually, because I guess the extension would be useful as well. And the label is going to be that, right? Dot string. Okay, so we have 3 different states. We have none, we have invalid, and we have the file name that we've chosen. So let's just run that. Okay, metadata references must be initialized. Right. It's very upset about that. I don't know why. Handle undeclared identifier. Let's try and fix that first. So that's just this. Control F7. Okay, no thing that takes, oh, get asset type has to be texture 2D. Might drop this down. Metadata references must be initialized. Right. So it's really not happy with this for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, we'll probably just need to include it. Usually if you can't initialize a reference and you're clearly initializing a reference, it's because it doesn't know what type it is. But actually it should. Because see, that doesn't include metadata, does it? But asset and asset doesn't. Okay, so that makes sense. But now this doesn't. Okay, so let's look at the notes. See declaration of get editor asset manager. Oh, is that not static? It's not static. Really? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So sorry, we just missed a get active. But yeah, see what I mean? Like, see how long that is? That's why I wanted to make it yes, I did forget to set label. Thank you, Fake Lobster. So label.cstring. That's why I wanted to make that asset manager kind of static thing that just has everything. Now, obviously, I can't do it for this because the metadata is specific to the editor asset manager. But it's okay, really. And also, we are obviously in a section of the code that is editor only. We're in the scene hierarchy panel, like draw component. I mean, actually, if you think about it, like maybe this could be used in the like this technically probably could be used in the runtime, like if you wanted to retain certain panels for debugging and I'm GUI and stuff, but we don't support that at the moment, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. All right, let's run that. And we don't support that in Big Hazel either. We don't really have I'm GUI, I think, in the runtime at all. Yeah, cool. So you can see now that my Cherno face.png is in here. Now I'd love to make the button bigger though, because at the moment you can see it's... Oh, and also I want to be able to clear it. I want to be able to get rid of it. So there's a few kind of workflow things I really want to add here. Okay, so the first thing is going to be... Yeah, making it bigger. So what we need to do is we basically need to make sure that this button is the right size. We've arbitrarily made it 100. What you can do in IMGUI, and I don't remember how at all, but you can measure text, right? Somehow. We might need to do this. We might need to search in this IMGUI directory for measure or something like that. And that way you can see we can hopefully find out how we can do that. So measure text height for scroll bar. We need, okay, it's just telling us what we're doing. There's definitely a way, oh, there it is. Calculate text size, but that's the input text. So calc text size, let's search for that. This is my how to figure it out. Calculate text size, someone's saying, okay. Well, yeah, here it is, I think. Calc text size, okay. Okay, so it was here, it just wasn't measure. Calc text size, and that gives us an IMVec2. Okay, wonderful. So that was kind of my path to finding it, I guess. Yeah, so once we have that, we can basically calculate the text size of the label. That's really all there is to it. We only really care about the X, obviously. Label size, or button size, rather. Well, button label size. But then, like, I definitely don't want it to be less than 100. So what I want to do is basically do a little GLM, I guess max is what I want, right? Between 100 and button label size to make sure that it's definitely not going to be in button label size X, just to make sure that it's definitely not going to be button label width. Just to make sure that it's definitely not going to be less than 100. And then if it actually does end up being this, like, see, this is the thing. I want it to be this, but plus a margin, basically, right? So this is where it's interesting, because I think I won't use a max for this, because I actually wanted to adjust. So if button label size dot X happens to be less, so let's do this. Float because the thing is, I'm just thinking of a elegant way to do this. I want it to be like this, right? So 100 in general, but I guess if the, like, I know 100 is going to work because the word invalid and none aren't big. But if I have a big, like, you know, I have a bunch of characters in this code path where it's the file name, and it ends up being 95, yes, that fits, but I actually want it to add some padding to it, right? So it's kind of like, in this case, I actually want it to be properly padded. So I guess I can keep this. I just need to make sure that I do button label size .x plus like my padding, which might be 20, right? So let's do that, and then basically that will mean that, yeah, it adds 20, and obviously it's going to pick the bigger number of the two. So it's so if this ends up being like 50 and it adds 20 and it's still 70, it'll still pick 100. Otherwise, if it's like 100 add 20, well, we get 120. So I think that's good. And then we'll obviously add that button label width into the button size, and that should be good. Okay, let's add a little IM GUI to this. A little sprinkle of IM GUI. All right, well, that's certainly bigger. I don't know if it's big enough necessarily, but I think it's okay. Okay, now the next thing I want to do is conditionally add a button depending on whether or not this actually is set to anything, right? So if it is set to something, we'll have to do this, I think. Let's duplicate the same line. So this is going to be an IMGUI button, but I'm going to make it just, the label is going to be X, right? And then the size, I'm just going to make it 20 by 20 or something. I don't know. I really should get the height of this line or whatever. Now, the thing is, this is going to just use 0, so I can just do 0, but the problem is I want it to be square, I think. So I kind of need to... I don't remember how to do this either. Get text line height. I mean, the thing is, what you can always do is you can just look at the source code. I really should do that more often. Because we have size, right? And we do calculate item size. Actually, well, there's a function we can use. It's internal. Whoops. Like, I don't think there's a calc item. There's calc item width, which is public, but not height. That's a bit annoying. We can still use the stuff that's internal, obviously. We just need to include that header. There's calculate item size, though. But see, that kind of takes in a size. Maybe that's why. Calc item width. Interesting. But again, if we look at button, then we can see how it gets its size. So there's the size. So the size argument, which again might be, some of it might be 0. And then we're going to get the calculate text size, and then it's plus padding times 2 and plus that. So interestingly enough, I guess button size is really just going to be label size plus style.frame padding, and style obviously comes from there. So we could calculate that ourselves if we wanted to. I really wish there was just an easier way, though. But sure, let's just do that. So we'll do this again. X label size. And then we'll have to do plus... Is it in here? Where's the style stuff? Get style. Frame padding.x times, or y times 2. Button size. So that actually should be, yeah, good. So I'm basically just making it square. dot y. Right? So however high it ends up being, I'm making it the same width. And then if that gets pressed, we're just gonna do component.texture equals 0, right? So we're just removing it. Now, we don't want to display this button though, unless, so we'll only do this if, well, if a couple things, because here's the thing, right? So bool is texture valid. Let's do false. And then only if it actually is valid, we're going to set it to true, right? So this is invalid, and if it's 0, it's invalid. So if the texture is valid, then we're going to do all of this stuff, right? Otherwise, we are not. Cool? Cool. I think that will work, maybe. Do that. Forgot a semicolon. Alright, so you can see, yep, there's our square button. We've got a bit of like a clear thing, and if we press it, then it removes the texture. You can see it's gone back to white. None is here now. And then if I go into my textures, and let's just do the Cherno logo instead. You can see there's our Cherno logo. Clear that and put in Cherno face. Okay, so some very basic UI, nothing too crazy, but it gives us obviously the ability to actually get rid of a texture here. And yes, it does look very weird. It almost makes more sense maybe to put it on this side. Labels will eventually be here. That's why I kind of put this here. Because then it does make sense, but yeah. Okay. Scenes. Let's take a quick look at scenes. So how are scenes like, because they're not actually, so we should probably import these. Which doesn't seem to work. .hazel. Well, assets null, yeah. So we probably should handle that, by the way. Oh, we do it here. Yeah, we should do that. So asset importer import asset, right? So it should have probably printed. Oh, well, it's actually trying to load it as a texture, weirdly. Really? But the type is, it should have done this. Let's try that again, because we should have landed here. I don't know how we didn't. Yeah, it's literally going into here. I guess the... Okay, wait, how do we deduce the type? How does it know what the type is? So it's just not going to do anything at the moment, right? Oh, what? We're in import asset. Why are we in... Are we importing assets every frame? What the heck? What's happening here, man? Draw sprite. Get asset. Damn. Get asset is somehow importing it because the asset isn't loaded. Oh, we never keep track of it being loaded. Wow, we've been loading our textures every frame. Wonderful. Yeah, I think we should probably do loaded assets handle equals asset. Kind of forgot to do that. That's funny. Why does that not work? Oh, this is const. Let's not make this const. Yeah, that probably shouldn't be const. Because it will, in fact, load it. In import asset, I'm setting texture 2D manually. I even made to do. I have a lot of to-dos though, so not surprised. I usually do to-do yarn. Yep, found it. Okay, cool. Right, so import asset do that. Oh, that's where I just was, wasn't it? Because I just moved this down. That's funny. Okay. Let's make sure we're not loading textures every frame now, or any asset for that matter. Yep, just once. Good. That should significantly increase performance. Okay, so yeah, so we need to get it by extension. Let's do. Well, I'm just gonna do it here for now. I guess. Well, I don't know. On the other hand, like, let's go to asset importer. I kind of just want to do one of these guys, right? Where it's just like a map of I guess just either a string or a file system path. I don't really care. To an asset type, right? Asset extension map, right? And basically it's just gonna be, right, like dot, I don't know, PNG, for example, is a texture. Dot Hazel is gonna be a scene. Let's do JPEG, all of these guys. We're gonna do scene first. But you get the point. And so all we basically do here is, well, I guess we have to try and find something. And we can have like a, I don't know if this needs to be a util, but let's just do static asset type get type from extension, asset type from file extension. So this will try and find it. And probably log something about it. Why map instead of regular switch or if else? It's just easier. It's just easy. It's just nicer. Cause you can just have a long list and like of all your data types, kind of, well, of all your things here. And that's it. There's no real difference. Like if you want to do an if else or a switch, then go for it. Okay. Do not care about unordered map or map. Not in this situation, no. It's only going to make a difference if you have a big data set. And in general, I tend to prefer map these days, just because it is ordered, like it's sorted. So if you have like a map of strings, for example, or a map of asset handles, it's just a lot easier to debug. And also if you're serializing it, like for example, the asset registry, like we store, you know, the asset registry is a map, not an unordered map, and that's really useful because that means the asset handles are ordered, which is really, really good for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's just easy to look through, right? If I'm looking for a particular asset handle and I have a big selection of these. In fact, let me just show something from a bigger project, like in Big Hazel. So like when we did like Latum Dev 53 or something. Yeah, let's look at the asset. So this is Latum Dev 53. When we made, what game did we make? The Saving Captain Cherno, right? Look, we've got quite a lot of assets here, right? If these are not ordered, and I'm looking for a particular handle, like in the debugger or wherever, it'll be a nightmare. But the real reason, because again, it's not often that you're looking through a file for asset handles. The real reason is for like version control, right? So if you're committing stuff on Git and someone else adds a handle, if this is an unordered map, you know, and you're just iterating through, of course you could sort it before serialization, but if you don't, and it's just an unordered map, then these are all over the place. Every time you save the file, it's completely different. Like that's a nightmare, obviously, for like merging and version control and stuff like that. So in general, we tend to, like I tend to definitely prefer ordered maps, wherever possible. If it comes down to obviously you having maybe thousands plus entries and hashing is just faster than like, you know, the whole tree that the SCD map will use, then that makes sense obviously to switch to an unordered map. And I mean, you could even, like, again, you could even have a weird thing where maybe in debug you use map, in release or dist you use unordered map, because it doesn't matter. Like, not for obviously the editor use case, but just for general things, because you won't be debugging anyway. But then obviously if you're at that point where performance matters, then you probably want to switch to something else, like EASTL or some kind of fast map or something that isn't in the standard library, because that one is not the best performing map out there. Okay. So, let's was it asset importer? No. Where were we? What file were we in? Did I close it? Oh, no, sorry, we were in editor asset manager. Okay, so now we should be able to actually grab the right thing. So instead of this, we'll do get asset type handle. So that to-do is done. You know, let's just do a core assert metadata type. I guess we can do doesn't equal none. And then we'll import the asset and do all of this stuff. So I should be able to actually import the scene now. So you'll note that, by the way, I have all these scenes here. I can't actually drag them in, right? Because this is just my file view. I have to import them first, right? And we'll get a crash here. Okay, so this is none. Oh, whoops. I should have done... What am I doing here? Get asset type handle. Wait, what? Yeah, that's not what we should be doing. We should be calling get asset type from file extension. Because I just realized I'm not even getting the extension anywhere, am I? So get asset type from file extension, and then we'll do file path dot extension. I always forget whether or not this extension includes the dot or not. I think it does include the dot, which is why I've written it like this with the dot. But who knows? I might be wrong. So we'll right click. What? Right click import. Okay, no crashing. No import available for asset type 1. Okay, that's correct, because that's this being triggered. And that's because we have to add a scene importer. Import scene. Now, I don't know if this is technically necessary, because like the thing is, we've actually decided to kind of load it. I feel like if this is a Hazel scene, you probably won't be just importing them, I guess, like that. So really, this doesn't actually have to do anything, I think. Like, I don't even know what it would do. Because, like, Like, we definitely want it to be part of the asset registry, but I just don't know if we need to load the actual scene, right? Because scenes aren't really assets at the moment anyway. I mean, they could be, and they do have... Well, actually, no, they don't have... Yeah, I guess we'll make scenes assets. I actually don't know if we did this in Big Hazel. I don't think we did. Doesn't sound like right. I don't know why I'm including asset manager. But scenes are now an asset, and that's good because that means they have a handle, right? Because assets have handles. And scenes definitely do have handles. I think they're not assets in Hazel, in Big Hazel, but they are like they do have still an asset handle. It's just manually added or something. I don't know. Something weird like that. Because the thing is, what this means is we're now going to load the scene, which I don't know if we necessarily need to load the scene. But let's do... I don't know. And so what does it do? It just calls that with that and that. Import texture 2D. Okay. Whoops. Okay, here's our little scene importer. I just copied the texture importer. I mean, like, obviously scene serializer kind of does that. So we could do it from a file path here. Yeah, sure. Okay, let's leave. We'll have this then. So we'll do scene. And then we'll do import scene and load scene. Same kind of situation. And let's just clear this out actually. Add these guys. All right, so yeah, I mean, this is gonna do, I guess, similar to what we did here, which is just the, yeah, I guess it'll just do that. It's very kind of similar, isn't it? And then what this is gonna do is it's going to tap into Hazel scene serializer, right? And then it'll just call scene serializer with that ref scene. Is that how it works? Yes. And then we do serializer dot deserialize. File path is path. Return scene. Oh, that still takes in a string. Sure. No, let's change it. Okay. Yeah. Excellent. So I think we probably can import scenes now. And then how do we actually decide that we want to load a scene? Well, we used to drag them onto the viewport, right? So when we do that and we do open scene now, we do open scene handle instead of path. So we don't actually deal with paths anymore. And then this open scene that used to take in a file path will now take in an asset handle. This doesn't exist anymore. I mean, we could assert that it's not 0. Just by doing that. And then again, this whole deserialization situation, again, we don't do this anymore. So, and we don't really need to create, well, I guess we do kind of want to copy the scene though, right? Because we don't want to modify, I mean, there's no way to save it. But if we reload it, we want to be able to reload it. Okay, so I guess what we kind of want to do is just do asset manager, get asset, scene, handle. Like that. Let's include asset slash asset manager. And open scene. So, oh, this does this whole thing. Okay, so that doesn't function anymore. So, yeah, so we're going to get the scene there. But the thing is, I kind of, yeah, so we're still going to have to do this. So this is all fine. Let's not do that. Editor scene path. We can actually get that if we want. We just have to do project, get active, get editor asset manager. We should be able to get the file. Let's just make a get file path, to be honest. Because this is the editor asset manager anyway. It obviously has file paths. And it'll just be a shortcut or shorthand for that. Get file path. Oops. And that's just gonna do return get metadata handle dot file path. Yeah. Cool. And that does everything. Now, see, I've got scene, I've got new scene, and actually this goes away as well. The reason why is because I actually kind of want to just copy it, and there is copy, see? So, because we have to have that. So I think what I'll do is I'll just do new scene equals scene copy scene. And then this is our kind of new scene. So, read only scene maybe. Because I don't want to modify this guy, just so that I can keep it. That's like reminiscent of the one on disk. Again, this is a bit weird. It's almost new territory for me because this is not how we do things in Big Hazel. I'm kind of improvising, but maybe it'll be fine and maybe it'll be better. Who knows? It's how you learn new things. So yeah. Have you seen the Starbound source leak? No, I have not. What is Starbound? Action adventure video game developed and published by Chucklefish. Chucklefish is Stardew Valley. Yeah, the Starbound. No, I've seen Starbound. That's an old game, isn't it? Is Starbound just I'm just looking at this. Is Starbound just Terraria? I've never played Starbound. But yeah, cool. It's like Terraria. Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't really. I did not hear about the source leak, and I was not planning on making a video on it. But I don't know. I don't know. Like the thing is, I guess because I've worked at EA and like I have worked in the games industry, but source code leaks really aren't very interesting to me. I don't know. I feel like I guess old games like maybe Far Cry 1 would be interesting, but like old games, I guess they're always interesting because they're a lot smaller in scope and a bit more digestible, and it might just be cool, you know. But in general, like I don't think that there's much to learn from it. Like yeah, I don't know. Code is code. It's like I don't know. yeah, I'm just not that excited when that happens. It's more exciting from like a drama point of view than from a, oh yay, source code that I can look at. But again, maybe I'm just saying that because I have read much AAA source code in my life. And written it as well, I guess. Okay, so will this just work now is what I'm trying to figure out. I think it might. So if we just change open scene, so okay, so the problem is at the moment also when we do open project, right? The project file at the moment has a start scene that is this. So we could do a couple things. We could try and do a reverse lookup where we look for the scene name like that, or we could just switch to a new system where this config start scene is actually an asset handle. And I think we probably want to do that, to be honest. So let's just try and do that. And it's not quite gonna work. We should probably just do this so that we can do that, because it might be 0 and it will be, because I'm about to make it 0 because we don't have one. We have to serialize it and stuff. Well, we have to import the scene first, funnily enough. So it should just not load anything, I think. But yeah. Have you seen Terraria source code at C# and actually horrible 10k lines, switch statements stuff? Yeah, I briefly saw it somewhere because people always like to bring it up as being terrible. Let's serialize this stuff. Stalker engine leak caused having great mods like yeah, well no, it's good. It's good in like I'm just saying from like a programmer's point of view. I just think that like I feel like as a kid I would have been really excited to get my hands on, you know, source code from my favorite game. But I feel like as a more experienced developer, I realized that it's actually not that useful. It, of course, it might be like a brief like bit of fun and just cool to poke around in. I'm not saying that, but I'm just more saying, why is that an abstract class? Oh, did I have to? Yeah, I did. I'm just saying that like it's not that useful necessarily, because it's not like you're probably not gonna take much from it, you know. I mean, look at it this way, right? Unreal Engine source code is on GitHub, but like how much use is that to maybe you and your personal projects, you know? But yeah, no, like, I mean, something like Starbound, and like, I know that's a small game, like, and it's got its own engine, I think, as well. Like, that stuff might be fun to look at. Just like for a code review video or something, but like still, I mean, obviously, you can't really review all that code. Okay, yeah, let's see if we can build this. It's getting late. Okay, so we didn't load a single scene, which is good. Okay, so we have no scene. So let's go scene. Let's try and import this. Oof. Not what I expected. So import asset. We go into import scene. File path, asset directory, load scene. Deserialize. The path looks legit. I mean, that might be the wrong one though. Yeah, I feel like I don't trust this scene. It's an old one. let's try and import the physics 2D one. How many work hours have you put into Hazel? What do you mean by work hours? How many hours have I worked on Hazel? Because Hazel is my job, so it's kind of like my work hours are Hazel hours, in a way. I mean, I do other stuff as well, like YouTube videos, but I've put, I don't know, man, like a lot, obviously. Like, I've been making it since like 2018. So lots of time. Not that much these days. Like, honestly, if I can get a few hours a week into it at this point, I'm happy, because a lot of my time gets taken up with video, well, like making videos and I guess side projects that like for videos and stuff like the ray tracing series and whatever. And like code reviews and like everything else. So, and then running the Hazel team as well. So usually I'm not the one doing the programming these days on Hazel as much. It's probably, I would say it's mostly Peter, and then like 0x does a lot as well, and like Jay as well, and Emily. How do you make money from Hazel? Patreon, because you guys support it. That's the only reason why Hazel like exists, and we can, I mean, you know, Peter's an employee, like he gets paid a salary to work on Hazel, and that's thanks to the community. Otherwise, Hazel wouldn't really exist. Alright, so let's try and import Physics 2D. Ugh, it's okay. So I was hoping it was just that scene, but somehow this is bad. So why is this? Oh, because scene is empty. Oh, okay, that's just my bad. I think I need to make a scene here. So I have to do like create ref scene. Okay. Okay, awesome. We've imported it. So now if I drag it in. Oh, that's fine. I'll just hit F5. Hey, we did it. Okay. Awesome. So yeah, let's remove this assert because that doesn't need to be there. And if we go into the face run project file now, let's change this. We have no way to set this through UI, so I have to do this manually. But basically what I want to do is just find the scene inside the asset registry, which is this, and just set that ID like that. And now if I run this, it should load that scene automatically now. Hey, awesome. So there you go. Then if I browse the assets, you can see I have a scenes directory which has that scene, and I have textures which has the textures. So there you go. I now have a distinct asset view and a file view. I can import assets, and the engine uses asset handles for things. Oh, and if I save this, by the way, so let's just try and update this. I should test that. Let's try update this to the Cherno logo. Hit Control S just to make sure that it serializes correctly. It should. I'd be surprised if it didn't. Oh, it didn't. I'm surprised. Actually, I don't. Well, yeah, I am surprised. So save scene just serializes the active scene, which does that. So did that not run? What? That's so weird. Scenes Physics 2D. Yeah, it's not. What? Is it not the right? Maybe it's not the right. Oh, it might not be the right path. It's probably serializing it into Yeah. Okay, I know what it is. It's probably serializing it into like, I don't know, here or something. But it's not even here. I don't know where it's serializing it. The reason why is because this serialize function, that's file path's supposed to be legit. So what we should do is we probably should stop using the scene serializer. And when we have the scene importer, right, let's have a static void save scene, ref scene, and this. And then what I want this to do is it's going to do this transformation type deal. So let's do that. We'll do serialize. But we'll do this. We probably don't even have to put the file path in, actually, now that I think about it. Because if it's in the asset registry and we can only save scenes in the editor, then we should be able to do project, get active, get editor asset manager, get file path, right? From scene handle, because it's got a handle. So this should be correct. Check that out. Cool. Yeah. So back in editor layer now, instead of doing this garbage, and in fact, if instead of doing this, unless it's a save as, in which case, like for saving as, I bet you might just duplicate it using the asset manager. I don't know how we'll handle that, but we can actually just not. We can actually just do scene importer, save scene, and that's it. Okay. Cool. Yeah. And this editor scene path doesn't matter. We could still retain that if we wanted to display like the name of the scene or the scene path in the UI somewhere, but otherwise we don't need it. Okay, so now let's go back to assets, textures, Cherno logo, Control S, quit, restart. What? Okay, let's see where it's going. So Cherno logo. Control S. File path is nothing. Wow. What? How? Oh, no, we can't do that. We can't do that. Because this is actually not... That's the copy. Remember how we copied the scene? We did read... We have our read-only scene, but then we have our copy. So that's why. Okay, so yeah. So we'll grab this back then. I guess we can just leave it as path. Yeah, so then this is just like that. Okay, cool. Alright, this should now work. Okay, there you go. Sweet. So there you go. Oh, what? That didn't save. How? Okay, that was weird. Maybe I just didn't save. Wait, what? It will save more than once, right? That should. Okay, anyway, that's it for today. So yeah, so now that the asset system is basically working, I don't know what we'll move on to next time, to be honest. Maybe like thumbnails and just GUI stuff. I kind of want to just spend some time making it look pretty. We can take some stuff from Big Hazel maybe, and then yeah, thumbnail. Oh, well, next week will probably be Big Hazel anyway. But yeah, I would like to take a look at thumbnails and get them sorted for the content browser. Alright, cool. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed the episode. I'll see you next time. Goodbye.